Sonny took a quick shower and went downstairs. By the time he came down, Nephis was just exiting the guest room. She changed from the gym shorts and a tank top that she had been wearing for the practice session and put on some of the clothes they had ordered for her a few days back. Her silver hair was wet, glistening in the rays of sunshine that poured through the windows. Without having to say anything, Sonny went to the kitchen, opened a drawer, and took out a can of ground coffee. Then, he stretched his arm back. By then, Nephis had already filled a pot with water and placed it into his hand. Soon, the pleasant aroma spread through the house. By the time the coffee was ready, a PTV was in the process of parking nearby. Sonny dumped 2 spoons of sugar into his cup, left the one intended for Neph without any, and added cream to the third. Changing Star, meanwhile, was opening the door for Cassia. Soon, all 3 were seated around the table, enjoying their respective beverages. After a while, Sonny glanced at Cassia and asked, "Well, what's the news?" She lingered for a bit, then pushed her cup away and produced 2 flat white squares. Sonny stared at them for a bit, confused. Then he blinked a couple of times. "Is that an envelope?" Indeed, that was what the white squares were. They seemed to be made out of paper, and each had a round piece of red wax attached to it. Sonny had only seen an actual paper envelope used in period dramas, so he was justifiably surprised to encounter one in real life. Taking one of the envelopes, he curiously studied it from different sides. "How quaint," he commented as he saw that. There was an image of a sword piercing an anvil etched into the red wax, so at least he did not have to wonder where the strange things had come from. Legacies. Amused, he furtively glanced at Nephis to learn what one was supposed to do with a paper envelope, and then repeated her actions. Soon, a different piece of paper appeared in his hands. "Master Sunless, you are cordially invited to..." "To what? What is this?" Even more confused than before, he turned to Cassia and raised an eyebrow. She was supposed to bring them an update on the situation with the government and Clan Valor, not some weird messages. The girl smiled slightly. "Basically, this is a gesture of goodwill." She paused for a moment and then added in a bright tone, "It is an invitation. Clan Valor is holding an annual ball in about a month. We are all invited to attend, which is usually considered a great honor. Not every master receives the privilege to brush sides with the most powerful representatives of the great clans and actual saints." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Is holding balls some weird legacy ceremony? Wait, what kind of ball are we talking about? Something like a football? Why do people hold it annually? And more importantly, why do we have to attend this ball-holding ritual?" Nephis silently covered her face with a hand and said, a hint of exasperation finding its way into her voice, "Sonny, a ball is a social gathering, usually accompanied by a dance. It is not a literal ball." He stared at her for a moment, then glanced at the piece of paper in his hand and coughed. That makes more sense, I guess." Cassia listened to them speak with a strange expression, then tilted her head a little and said, "Of course, in our case, this invitation holds special meaning. It is a sign that Clan Valor is willing to be patient and wait for Nephis to recover. It is also the indication that the final negotiation is going to take place during the ball, 1 month from now. That gives us time to prepare." This was a good piece of news, all things considered. Basically, it meant that now that the initial week was over, Changing Star had more time to get ready to face the representatives of Clan Valor. It also meant that the Great Clan was not going to do anything before that, giving her freedom to recuperate in peace. It was more or less an armistice. A bright smile appeared on Cassia's delicate face.
But there is more. To show their sincerity, Clan Valor released the Firekeepers they were holding hostage. Both are already back and resting in the Immortal Flame Manor. This means that they are serious about building a good relationship with us, I think.
Sonny let out a sigh. He was not really attached to the Firekeepers. Still, they had gone through the civil war in the Bright Castle and the siege of the Crimson Spire together. The fools also treated him as one of their own for some reason. He had felt a bit guilty knowing that some of them were suffering because of the terrible mess in the Night Temple. Effie, Kai, and Eiko were going to be very happy to hear the news too. However, it was not like Clan Valor to let go of leverage. Sonny glanced at Cassia and frowned.
What are they scheming?
The blind girl hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged.
I am not entirely sure. However, I do have a suspicion. The sudden change must indicate that something important happened to shift the balance of power even more in favor of Clan Song. That is why Valor is willing to make concessions to ensure that Immortal Flame becomes their ally.
Sonny suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. What could have happened to change the power dynamic between the two great clans so much? He took a sip of his coffee and then asked,
Well, what now?
Cassia smiled.
Now? Now we are free to do anything we want for a month. The government is going to insist that Nephis make at least one public appearance, but they won't be too forceful in their demands, so we can do whatever.
She turned to Changing Star and said, her voice full of warmth,
Neph, how do you feel about finally coming home? We can go to the manor right now if you're ready.
Nephis looked in the window and remained silent for a while. Her face was distant and still. After a while, she lightly shook her head.
No, not yet.
Cassia seemed to be surprised by that answer.
No? But why?
Changing Star sighed.
The Firekeepers. That is what people call the Awakened who follow you, right? They all look up to me, do they not?
The blind girl silently nodded.
Of course. They have been waiting for your return ever since escaping the Forgotten Shore. Even though the Dreamer Army was an alliance of convenience, the bonds that were forged between its members were real. Their bond to you is real too.
Sonny sipped his coffee with a strange expression. Neph, meanwhile, lingered for a moment, and then said,
But they want more than just to welcome me back. They expect me to lead them, like I did on the Forgotten Shore. Am I correct?
Cassia nodded once again. Neph looked away.
How can I lead them when I don't know where I am going? I need more time to figure things out before I face them.
The blind girl remained silent for a while, then sighed.
I understand, I think.
Sonny, meanwhile, did not understand. Sure, on the surface what Nephis said made perfect sense. She was unsure of what she would do, so she could not guide the remnants of the Dreamer Army. She could not become their general again until she decided on the direction her soldiers had to follow. However, Sonny harbored doubts about the sincerity of this indecision. Nephis had never been one to allow her hesitation to slow her down. More than that, she had spent 2 whole years alone in the Dream Realm. If he knew anything about her, he knew that she must have dedicated a considerable amount of that time to obsessively making plans to destroy her enemies once she returned. Of course, a lot of new information became available to Neph after she returned. That had to change her approach a little, but it should not have affected its core. So why was she hesitating? What was she struggling with? Sonny did not know, and was not sure that he wanted to know yet. In any case, he was going to learn sooner or later. There was something else that bothered him, though. He glanced at Nephis and Cassia, and then said, his voice grumpy,
"Aren't you two forgetting something? This is still my home. We only agreed that Nephis would stay here for a week. Shouldn't you at least ask me before deciding to leave her here for a while longer?"
He was not going to let Changing Star pull off an Effie that easily. Neff turned and looked at him with an unreadable expression. After a few moments of silence, she asked,
"Sonny, do you mind if I stay for a couple more weeks?"
He coughed and then glanced away in embarrassment.
"Of course, sure, no problem. Glad to have you and all that. See? Was that so hard?"
Cassia remained for a bit longer to get Nephis up to speed about the state of the Firekeepers and the renovations they were making to the Immortal Flame Manor, and then left. Running a prominent awakened organization was not an easy task, so she had a lot on her plate. Sunny and Neff were left alone again. He hesitated for a few moments and then asked,
"Do you really not want to go home? I mean, I never really had one, more or less, before buying this house. But if I did, I imagine I would have missed it a lot."
Nephis glanced at him, then slowly shook her head.
"That place is not really my home. We were moving a lot while I was growing up. Sometimes our financial situation changed, sometimes due to security issues. That manor is just the last in a long series of temporary shelters."
She remained silent for a few moments, then added,
"I guess it was the people who surrounded me that created the feeling of home, but they are all gone now, one way or the other. So, there's nothing for me to return to."
Sunny sighed, remembering the conversation he once had with Noctis.
"I don't really understand what the Immortal Flame Clan is, to be honest, and who those people were. You once said that you were raised by your grandmother?"
Changing Star nodded.
"The Immortal Flame is just me now. At its height, it was one of the most influential legacy clans. You could have called it a great clan, even though that distinction was not established yet back then. Apart from the immediate family, the clan also encompassed hundreds of other people, professionals to manage our properties, craftsmen, mundane soldiers, awakened retainers, and their dependents. A legacy clan is more than just a few powerful warriors. It is a large, self-sufficient institution. A tribe, even."
She grew silent, and then said,
"Of course, our fortunes turned after Immortal Flame himself died, and my mother became hollow. Then my father was gone too. Only my grandmother remained to take care of me. She was not an awakened. However, don't think that she was weak because of it. On the contrary, although my grandmother was a mundane human, she was also the strongest person I've ever known."
Nephis looked away, a hint of emotion appearing on her face.
"She was a member of the first generation. She was born during the darkest times of humanity, survived the bloody descent of the spell and the final convulsions of the old world order, and then participated in the establishment of the new one. She was strong. She was also wise and kind. I couldn't wish for a better guardian."
She looked down.
"However, she was not enough to keep the Immortal Flame Clan from falling, especially not when we found ourselves in the crosshairs of my father's former companions. Slowly but surely, we lost our assets and our standing. Some of the people in our employ left of their own free will. Others were forced to abandon us because of adversity. Many of those who remained died trying to protect me. The most loyal ones still persisted. There were several awakened among them, and even a master, my mentor."
Nephis sighed.
But in the end, he was gone too. By the time I turned 16, all that remained were a few mundane servants who had been with us for so long that they had nowhere else to go. After my grandmother passed away and I felt the call of the nightmare spell, I paid them a generous stipend from what little funds the clan had left and let them go. You know the rest. Changing Star remained silent for a while and then added, I remember walking through the manor before leaving it to comply with the third directive and surrender myself to the police. It was so strange, seeing it completely empty. My grandmother was gone. My mother was in the care facility. The servants had left. It was just me, alone. She looked away. Suddenly, a pale smile appeared on her face. Nothing held me back, so I wasn't sad to leave at all. There was only one direction left for me. Forward. Sonny looked at her silently, a somber expression hidden in the depths of his eyes. Only forward. That was true for both of them still. However, was it worth it to not be held back by anything, if, in return, you had nothing to hold dear? Turning away, he sighed. Life was not that simple anymore. Despite the fact that Nephis had decided to stay with Sonny for a couple more weeks, or rather, that he had allowed her to stay, their routine somewhat changed. Because of the armistice with Clan Valor, she did not have to stay inside all the time anymore. So, while the two of them continued having exhausting practice sessions every day, the intensity of their training diminished. On the first day after receiving the invitation to the ball, Nephis had left to visit her mother. Soon after that, she made a strange request. The counselor assigned to Neph by the government had suggested that she should not isolate herself from mundane humans and, instead, seek out opportunities to participate in collective activities people usually enjoyed. So she asked Sonny to help her figure out what it was that people did with their free time. Sonny was glad to help. The problem was, he had no idea himself. His life experience was richer than hers, but the knowledge of how people lived their lives in the outskirts did not exactly apply to their situation. After becoming a citizen and moving to a better part of the city, Sonny spent all of his time doing more productive things than relaxing. Who had time to relax? There were so many things he needed to achieve. As a result, they had to turn to other members of the cohort for advice. When they did, Effie enthusiastically volunteered to arrange an outing. Although Sonny had a bad premonition about her proposal, he found no polite reason to refuse the giddy huntress. So, a few days later, he found himself doing something that he had never thought he would ever do. Sonny was getting ready to go to a dance club.
What am I even doing? This is so stupid.
Standing in front of the mirror, he somberly looked at the pale young man who stared back at him. The young man was dressed in stylishly understated clothes that mixed black with different shades of dark gray. He was undeniably attractive, although not exactly masculine in appearance. The attractive young man, of course, was him. Or his reflection, rather. Sonny studied it and frowned.
Whatever. It's just a nightclub. I fought saints and survived. I've conquered the Red Colosseum. I have faced a demon. How scary can a bunch of drunk mundanes be?
Shaking his head, he let out a heavy sigh and went down to the living room. As he sat and waited with a dark expression on his face, an expensive PTV arrived and parked near the house. At that moment,
Effie and Neff emerged from one of the smaller bedrooms on the second floor and started descending the stairs.
Finally, what took you so?
He turned and froze, unable to finish his thought. Standing on the polished steps, Neff looked different. Although she was famous across the world, most people only knew her by name. Very few had actually seen the renowned changing star of the Immortal Flame Clan, mostly because she had yet to appear in public after her return from the Dream Realm. However, it was still prudent to mask some of her more recognizable features to avoid being mobbed by an excited crowd. For that reason, Sunny had lent her the autumn leaf. Using the cosmetic memory, Nephis changed the color of her distinct silver hair. Now her hair was black and lustrous, falling to the middle of her back like a waterfall of finest silk. Contrasted against it, her calm gray eyes seemed even more striking. Her ivory skin seemed to glow, despite the fact that she was not channeling the radiant white flames. What was more, Effie had been the one who chose and bought the clothes for the two of them to wear today. As a result, Nephis was wearing a vibrant red dress that barely reached the middle of her thigh and left her shoulders bare. She looked stunning. Sunny gulped, then forced himself to look away. A few moments later, he was finally able to say something.
Never thought I'd see you in a dress one day.
Nephis glanced at herself, then shrugged with indifference. I like it. The style does not diminish my range of motion. I can freely move if something happens. Sunny hesitated and then glanced at Effie, who was wearing less flashy clothes, with suspicion.
How come you get to wear pants?
Effie grinned.
Why else? Because I'm not a princess, doofus.
She giggled and then did a spin.
What? You don't think that my ensemble is flattering?
It was. Maybe even too much so. Not knowing where to put his eyes, Sunny gritted his teeth and forced himself to stare at the wall.
This is going to be a long night.
He cleared his throat and then said,
Yeah, you look nice, too. Anyway, we should go. Our ride is already here.
Effie giggled again, patted him on the shoulder, and headed for the door. Sunny and Nephis followed. Soon they entered the PTV and greeted the others. After seeing Kai, Sunny's mood improved a bit. At least the former idol seemed to be in his element. Cassia, on the other hand, seemed uneasy. Well, no wonder. A club filled with thundering music was not the best environment for a beautiful blind girl to be in. Of course, anyone who got the wrong idea was bound to learn that they made a giant mistake by approaching her with ill intent. Kai smiled at him from the driver's seat.
Sunny, you look great.
Then he turned to Nephis and Effie and smiled even wider, almost blinding them with his dazzling grin.
But not as great as the ladies do, of course.
Sunny rolled his eyes.
Just drive, all right? Let's get this finished with as soon as possible.
Kai winked at him, then looked at the road and sent the PTV forward.
Relax, Sunny. It's just a dance club. What's the worst that could happen?
Sunny and the gloomy shadow simultaneously shuddered.
Are you kidding me? Do you have to say that out loud?
Standing at the edge of the VIP area that loomed above the dance floor of a popular nightclub, Sunny and Nephis looked down at the undulating mass of human bodies below them with strange expressions. The music thundered and reverberated from all sides, making the whole space vibrate. The darkness was filled with flashes of light and glowing figures of elaborate moving projections. People were having the time of their lives. The club Effie had brought them to was an exclusive and luxurious establishment that only the members of the elite classes of human society could visit. The amount of credits being spent every minute on exotic alcoholic beverages and legal stimulants was nothing short of astronomical. The value of designer clothes, cutting-edge tech accessories, and precious jewelry present in the dance hall was almost revolting. The bestial excitement permeating the air was almost palpable. Staring at the mass of dancing humans in bewilderment, Sonny shook his head.
What a strange ritual.
Nephis turned her head slightly and raised an eyebrow.
I know, right?
The members of the cohort were occupying a large part of the VIP lounge, intended for the most distinguished patrons of the club. Even among the mass of elites, their status was a cut above the rest. Kai and Cassia were enjoying something called champagne at the table, while the other three moved to the edge to take a look at the main hall of the club. Changing Star peered at the dancing crowd and frowned.
Their behavior doesn't make any sense.
Sonny nodded in solidarity.
Indeed.
After a while, he added,
They're not even dancing, they're just rhythmically gyrating their bodies. It also appears that the proximity at which one is allowed to gyrate his or her body to other patrons is representative of their desirability. Anyway, they all look incredibly stupid.
Nephis tilted her head a little.
It is not that simple, I think. This strange dynamic actually seems to be very nuanced. Just look at the women. They seem to be using their looks, physical coordination, and agility in order to attract the men. However, once men are attracted, the women act as if they are disinterested. Most of the time, they truly are. Other times, it is just a signal for the men to try harder.
She grew silent, and then added with slight confusion,
The most startling part is that all this information, including the complicated evaluations based on obscure parameters and much more, is communicated absolutely non-verbally and in a way that both men and women somehow seem to understand, while chaotically jerking their bodies. It is like they all developed telepathic abilities.
Sonny scowled.
Anyway, these gyrations are clearly meant to illustrate one's high value as a romantic partner, and that is what this dance is, a venue for the dancers to seek out physically desirable partners. However, everyone acts as if it's not. In fact, most of these people are pretending that the exact opposite is true.
He rubbed his chin.
As if showing interest is in itself an admission of inadequacy and undesirability. Those who do manage to find partners do it through a series of obscure hints and silent signals. This is so inefficient. Why can't people just honestly state their goals and desires? They are all pursuing the same result anyway.
Changing Star nodded thoughtfully. Effie, who was leaning on the railing near them, stared at the two of them with a perplexed expression. Then, the huntress slowly shook her head.
You're both idiots, you know that?
Sonny and Nephis looked at her with surprise, their movement almost simultaneous.
What? Why? Is this analysis wrong?
Effie let out an exasperated sigh.
They are just having fun. Gods, don't you know what fun is? Believe it or not, it's just pleasurable to let loose and move your body to loud music sometimes. Actually, you should try it.
A very similar expression of subdued revulsion appeared on both of their faces.
No, thank you.
I'd rather not.
The huntress rolled her eyes.
As for that stuff about seeking partners, what's wrong with that? Other things can be pleasurable too, you know.
Both Sonny and Nephis blinked.
How frivolous.
Of course I do. Don't I know it well?
Effie groaned and grabbed her head.
Hopeless. Both of them?
After a few moments, she sighed, then looked at Nephis and asked,
Well, anyway, this is a perfect example of what humans like to do. Is it working? Do you feel better connected to humanity?
Changing Star hesitated, then looked back at the mass of dancing people and remained silent for a while. Then she said,
It is strange to see so many people acting so carelessly. To be honest, all I can think about.
Her face turned somber. Nephis lingered for a moment as she studied the crowd with a dark expression.
Is how easy it would be to kill them all. They are just so unaware and unprepared.
After long years of living in a state of constant pain and struggle, desperately trying to survive and fighting harrowing enemies almost every day, it must have been hard for her to come to terms with this strange, peaceful reality. Neph might have returned to the waking world, but her mentality was slow to adjust. It was still in the dreadful grasp of the dream realm. Mentally, Changing Star was still living in a nightmare. Effie looked at her with a dubious frown.
You would be surprised. This is an expensive club, so a lot of these people are awakened. In fact, I'd say that places like these have a higher concentration of awakened than pretty much anywhere else in the city, except for the academy. This club is better suited to resist a sudden gate manifestation than the headquarters of most legacy clans.
Neph glanced at her with surprise.
Really?
The huntress grinned.
Of course. Not all awakened are obsessed with fighting like the two of you. They treat the dream realm as their job, not their whole existence. While they sleep, they perform their duties. Man the walls, fight the attacking nightmare creatures, maintain their citadels, and so on. When they wake up, they go about their actual lives.
Effie smiled, then gestured at the dancing crowd and added,
After they return from the dream realm, most awakened spend at least a part of their day training to raise their usefulness to the citadel and increase their chances of survival. Some have important jobs to perform in the waking world as well. Our infrastructure runs on spell tech after all.
She shook her head.
But other than that, there's plenty of time to live and have fun. It doesn't have to be all work without stopping. Some might even say that not having any other interest is detrimental.
The huntress looked at them and shrugged.
I mean, how can you be motivated to fight for this world if you never experience all the nice things that it has to offer? Maybe that is why your counselor told you to participate in mundane human activities, Neph. Awakened, and especially masters like us, need to anchor ourselves in humanity somehow. But there's no gateways here.
Sonny took a sniff of the strange sparkling liquid in his glass, then carefully tasted it. This champagne, or whatever it was called, was way too expensive for him to pass up the chance of getting his money's worth out of it. Well, he wasn't paying today, but still, it was a matter of principle. Of course, Sonny had sworn off alcohol, but with him being a master now, there was no way for him to get drunk unless he wanted to. Not because of mundane drinks like this one, anyway. Unless he consciously willed otherwise, his body was going to treat alcohol as a weak poison and resist it.
Tastes sweet, but also bitter. Very refreshing, though. How strange,
he thought to himself. Effie's words made him thoughtful. She was not entirely wrong. Sonny himself felt a bit ambivalent about the waking world, which had not been kind to him in the past. He only liked it better than the dream realm because it was safer and had nice things, like delicious food, comfortable furniture, and network dramas. Also, Rain was here. But what if an awakened was indifferent to all those things? Would they even feel compelled to do anything to protect the waking world? What was going to stop them from abandoning the mundane completely after they became a master or a saint? Or a sovereign? Nephis, meanwhile, continued to study the dance hall. After a while, she said,
"There might be many awakened here, but how prepared are they to fight against a flood of nightmare creatures? It takes a lot of courage to face an opening gate. Out of those who are courageous, how many are competent enough to make a difference? Not everyone is like Mongrel. Very few can stand their ground and fight."
Effie gave her a strange look.
Huh? Have you been watching a lot of videos on the network, Princess? You are quoting Mongrel now?
Changing Star shrugged.
I just find him admirable.
The Huntress suddenly grinned and said in a conspiratorial tone,
Neff, do you maybe have a crush on Lord Mongrel?
Sonny almost spat out his champagne. He turned slightly and threw a murderous glance at Effie. Nephis, however, remained nonchalant. She showed no reaction and simply said,
I just appreciate his skill and his integrity. At first, I was merely attracted by how beautiful his swordsmanship is. Flowing, unpredictable, supremely adaptable. I watched a few of his duels, as well as his performance in the Dream Tournament. His dedication, versatility, and domineering attitude left a deep impression on me.
Changing Star shook her head.
But those were just games. It was only when I stumbled on a clip of Mongrel single-handedly stalling several waves of nightmare creatures in front of a gate that I truly grew to appreciate his character. In my opinion, he is what a true awakened should strive to be. Someone who is not resigned to bowing down to the spell and is determined to resist it instead. His will, mastery of combat, and wisdom are commendable. It warms my heart to know that there are warriors like him out there.
Sonny gripped his glass and forced out an awkward smile.
Hey, let's not go overboard about that Mongrel guy, shall we? He's not that great. I mean, he was not really alone at that gate. There were other awakened helping him. As for all that wisdom stuff, I am willing to bet that he did not mean any of that crap he said.
Nephis looked at him with surprise.
I disagree. I think that Mongrel deserves all the praise. He is truly remarkable.
Effie, meanwhile, was looking at them with a grin. Sonny suddenly got a bad feeling. Before he could say anything, however, the Huntress leaned forward and whispered into Neff's ear.
You do know that Sonny is Mongrel, right?
Sonny choked on his champagne. The exquisite glass cracked slightly in his hand. Nephis froze. Her face remained still as ever. However, despite the dim lighting of the nightclub, he could swear there was a hint of pink slowly appearing on her cheeks. Was she blushing?
Damned Effie, I'll kill her.
He snarled in his mind. Changing Star remained silent for a while, then said in her usual even tone,
Of course. I definitely knew that.
She straightened her back and then added,
I was just commenting on his perceived accomplishments. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to visit the restroom.
She glanced at Sonny and Effie with a deadpan expression, then turned around and walked away. Her pace was calm and steady, not rushed at all. Effie waited for a few moments, then threw her head back and exploded in laughter.
Oh gods, doesn't make any sense. So inefficient. I can't with these two.
Sonny glared at her with murder in his eyes. He remained silent for a few moments, then said softly,
Hey, Effie.
She looked at him with a wide grin.
What, doofus?
He sighed. then rotated his shoulders a few times.
Do you have a will?
The huntress blinked a couple of times.
Sure. I made one before the second nightmare. Why?
Sunny looked at her and smiled politely.
Oh, no reason. No reason at all.
Effie wisely chose that moment to disappear and join the dancing crowd below. Sunny ground his teeth for a few moments, then shook his head and walked to the table, landing on a luxurious lounge chair with a sigh. Kai briefly glanced at him and smiled.
Where are Effie and Lady Nephis?
Sunny stared at him for a few moments, then looked away.
Effie went to dance. Neff is in the bathroom. Also, will you cut it out with the lady stuff? The two of you spent months traversing the Forgotten Shore together, back when we were returning from the Hollow Mountains. She is also younger than you. That is more than enough to drop the formalities, don't you think?
The archer coughed.
Oh, well, I'll try.
He didn't sound very convincing, forcing Sunny to roll his eyes.
Anyway, what do we have here?
At some point, a waiter had entered the lounge and placed a tray of various foods on the table, while trying very hard not to throw reverent looks at the distinguished guests. Knowing that there would be no chance for him to taste anything once Effie returned, Sunny used the opportunity to try a few. As he chewed on a piece of cheese that had been dipped into a sweet, viscous amber liquid, Sunny smiled in delight and asked,
Wow, what's that sugary syrup?
Cassia turned to him and then smelled the air.
I think it's honey.
Sunny blinked a couple of times. The word was familiar, but he usually heard it used as a term of endearment. Who knew that it had actually come from something this delicious?
What is honey, though?
The blind girl tilted her head a little, then said with a bit of surprise in her voice,
Well, it is a sort of liquid that special insects produce by ingesting and regurgitating floral nectar, I guess.
Sunny froze, grew a little pale, and slowly pushed the cheese plate away from himself.
I see. Good to know.
With that, he gulped a mouthful of champagne and tried to discreetly rinse his mouth. Sunny was never picky about his food. He had even sustained himself on raw, rotting mimic meat for an entire month once. But even he had his limits.
Damn rich people. What are they going to come up with next?
Soon, Nephis returned. She was acting as if nothing had happened, and her face was perfectly composed. However, there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. As she sat down, Kai hesitated for a moment, and then said,
You seem concerned. Did anything happen, Nephis?
Changing Star paid no attention to the lack of lady and simply shook her head.
Nothing. I just overheard a bit of a strange conversation on my way back. Apparently, there is a little snack here in the VIP lounge that those women would want to taste. Odd. Why wouldn't they just order it themselves? Maybe it is not on the common menu.
Sunny glanced at the small bowl of honey with disgust and sneered.
If they want it, they can have it. I have no objections. They are free to gobble it up as far as I'm concerned.
Ignoring a strange glance from Kai, Sunny took a sip of champagne and relaxed a little. That was the point of today's outing anyway. After days of serving as a punching bag for an untrained master, he deserved some rest. Soon enough, Effie returned. The huntress was practically beaming with delight. She quickly destroyed most of their food, poured herself a drink, and grinned.
This is fun. We should go out more often.
Sunny and Nephis looked at her in horror, while Kai nodded.
Indeed. It's just a shame that they don't have live music.
Effie, meanwhile, looked around with a bit of curious expression.
This is strange, though. I never imagined living like this. I mean, my goal was always to become a master, but now that I did, everything seems a little surreal.
The archer smiled wistfully.
Yes, life is full of surprises, isn't it? Before the Forgotten Shore, I had a clear picture of what my future would look like. Then, for years, I tried not to think about the future at all. And now that I have reached that future, it's not like what I thought it would be. Not even a little bit.
Cassia let out a small sigh.
Me too. When I look back on my younger self and think about what she expected from the future, I can't believe how naive and short-sighted she was. She feels like a stranger.
A few gazes fell on Sonny. He raised his eyebrow and then said,
What? This is exactly how I imagined my life would go, actually. After I returned from the first nightmare, I thought that I would soon be a full citizen, super rich, and have unlimited access to tasty food. So, I don't know what you're talking about. For me, everything went according to plan.
Effie rolled her eyes and then glanced at Nephis.
What about you, princess?
Changing Star lingered for a moment, then shrugged.
I am exactly where I expected to be too. Of course, the details are different, but the result is the same. Legacies don't really have a choice in these matters.
Sonny suddenly became curious, so he said,
I heard that all children of legacy clans are inevitably infected by the nightmare spell. There is just no chance for them to remain mundane. Is this true? If so, why? What is so special about your kind?
Nephis took a sip of champagne, thought for a moment, and then said calmly,
There is nothing special about legacies as far as one's chances of becoming infected go. We are not inherently predisposed to awaken, unlike what many people believe. There are just certain measures that a clan can undertake to make sure that its heirs do.
Sonny blinked a couple of times.
Like what?
Neph looked at him evenly.
It is simple, really. The parents of a legacy child just have to implore for assistance from a saint. That is why lesser clans always seek to ally themselves with more powerful ones. The child is brought to the dream realm and then returned to the clan. This way, the seed is already planted in their soul. Once they come of age, it is inevitable for the seed to bloom and bring them to the first nightmare.
Sonny frowned, feeling something strange about her phrasing.
Seed? As in, the seed of a nightmare?
Changing Star calmly nodded.
Of course. The first nightmare is not different from all the rest. It is also born from a seed. It is just that this seed does not grow in the dream realm. Instead, it grows in a human soul. Have you ever wondered why there are no gates of the first category? Well, there are, of course. Every aspirant who fails their first nightmare becomes a miniature gate, allowing a single nightmare creature to enter the waking world. That is why their corpses turn into monsters.
The sudden revelation brought the mood down for a few minutes. Sonny silently drank his champagne, thinking about what Neph had just said. It made a lot of sense, darkly and disturbingly. It also shed some light on how the spell chose its victims. He doubted that a seed of nightmare, no matter how small, could bloom in just any soul. It probably required fertile soil to take root. Of course, in this ravaged world, there were plenty of broken and traumatized people whose souls could nurture a nightmare seed. It had been even more so 50 years ago when the spell first appeared. Had the collective anguish and torment of those lucky few who had survived the dark times summoned it from whatever hell the spell existed in? ushering the rise of the first generation of the Awakened and everything that followed? He did not know, and doubted that he would find out anytime soon, if ever. Nevertheless, there was another interesting hint in what Nephis had explained to them. If legacies wanted their children to inherit the mantle, and only saints could ensure that the poor kids would be doomed to either awaken or die, then saints held even more power among the legacy clans than he had thought. And who were the first saints of humanity? Asterion, Keysong, Anvil of Vale, and Broken Sword. They were the first, and at some point, the only people who all legacy clans had to befriend if they wanted to ensure that their bloodlines continued walking on the path of ascension. Was that perhaps the initial reason that had elevated the great clans above all the rest?
Interesting.
He was not in the mood to ponder the origins of power that the sovereigns held, however. Thinking about the great clans made him feel sour. Since today was Sonny's day off, he chased the weary thoughts away and tried to enjoy his drink instead. Cassia, meanwhile, said with a deep frown,
Isn't it too cruel to subject your children to such a fate, and without even giving them a choice? Only 1 out of 3 aspirants survives the first nightmare. Of course, that strongly depends on how well prepared they are, so the number should be less gruesome among the legacies. But still, what kind of parent would do something like that to their child?
Nephis lingered for a while, then sighed.
It all depends on your point of view. Sure, it might seem cruel to some, but some might see it as giving their child a chance to grow strong in a world that is not kind to the powerless. Legacies are a warrior caste at their core. They are born from a ruthless war, one that almost destroyed all of humanity. I can understand why they value strength and duty above all else.
All that talk about parents and children brought Sonny into a dark mood. He was 20 now. He was more or less an adult. He was already older than his mother had been when she had him. This realization made him feel very strange. Sonny stared into his glass for a few minutes with a grim expression, then sighed and stood up.
I'll be back in a few.
With that, he left his friends and went away in search of a bathroom. In truth, he just wanted to be alone for a bit. Soon, he was staring at his reflection as the water was running from an exquisite brass faucet. The young man staring at him from the mirror did not seem amused. Sonny frowned, thinking about whether Mordred was hiding somewhere in the mirror. It had become a habit of his to consider such things from time to time. Luckily, this time, the Prince of Nothing seemed to be nowhere to be found. Sonny sighed in relief and then left the bathroom to return to the VIP lounge. On his way, however, he encountered a small disturbance. A group of young men and women were blocking his way, discussing something with one of the club's employees in loud voices. Their clothes looked extremely expensive, and their appearance was impeccably high class. As he came closer, he heard the most extravagant-looking member of the group saying with outrage, "What do you mean you can't let us inside? This is our usual spot. I can see from here that there's plenty of room left in the lounge. The beautiful ladies inside wouldn't mind some company, I'm sure. I'm willing to bet that my friend and I can show them a far greater time than their present companion." The hostess looked at him and said in an awkward tone,
Sir, I'm very sorry, but the whole VIP lounge was reserved by the esteemed guests.
The young man scoffed. "Esteemed guests? Do you even know who I am? I sincerely doubt that anyone in this ramshackle parlor of yours has more esteem than I." Sonny sighed, approached the group of young people, and patted the loudmouth on the shoulder. The young man looked down in confusion, and then frowned.
I suggest you unhand me, friend. What do you want?
Sonny smiled.
Relax, buddy. I just want to give you a small piece of advice.
He hugged the young man with one arm, turned him to face the VIP lounge, and pointed at Nephis, Cassia, Effie, and Kai, who could barely be seen from that spot.
Do you see these people? Do you know who they are?
The loudmouth scowled, then thought for a moment, and asked with curiosity.
Oh, you know these beauties. Who are they?
Sonny's grin grew wider.
Well, let me tell you. They are all experienced murderers and killers. I once saw the tall one tear a fallen beast apart, devour its meat, and gnaw on its bones. The pretty guy next to her used to be nice, but after being burned alive and having his skin replaced with primitive grafts by an unlicensed medical practitioner, he developed some strange ideas. The delicate blonde girl is actually the most terrifying. There are 50 powerful awakened that follow her around like lost puppies and eat from the palm of her hand, all willing to obey her commands. Every one of them is a maniac. That stunning, incredible beauty next to her? Boy, I don't even know where to start. She was contemplating killing everyone in this club just half an hour ago. Luckily, we managed to distract her.
With each word, the young man grew paler and paler. His friends were suddenly silent too. When Sonny was done speaking, the loudmouth nervously looked at the pale hand that was resting on his shoulder and asked in a small voice,
And who might you be?
Sonny smiled brilliantly.
Me? Oh, I live with 2 of these girls. I have a nice house, you know, with very special facilities of the underground kind, if you know what I mean. Third, I had to spend almost a month locked in a cage with that one. Gods, that was rough. As for the skin graft guy, he drives me around.
The young man turned slightly green, then gently moved Sonny's hand off his shoulder and backed away.
I see. Thank you very much for the advice, sir. On second thought, we should be going. Oh my, look at the time.
His group suddenly disappeared as if they had never been there in the first place. Sonny looked at the hostess and shrugged.
Well, whatever. By the way, we're out of snacks. Could you bring us some more? Just no honey, please.
To Sonny's absolute shock, nothing really happened for the rest of the night. There was no deadly brawl that forced the cohort to intervene, no emissary of the great clans arrived to crash the party, no gate opened right in front of the club. He had been fully prepared for something to go terribly wrong. But in the end, nothing did.
How odd.
The 5 masters simply had a good time listening to loud music, being served delicious drinks and food, and enjoying each other's company. Sonny did not know if this outing was helping Nephis in a way that she had hoped it would, but he found it unexpectedly relaxing. Spending quality time with good friends was what normal humans were supposed to enjoy after all. However, he had never had such an opportunity as Mundane. Sonny had never really fit into any of the groups he had tried to become a part of in the outskirts. He had always existed on their periphery before being expelled from them, as if something about him caused a subconscious rejection. He did not really know what had changed. Maybe it was the people he was with, or maybe it was the circumstances that had brought them together. Most likely, it was Sonny himself that had become different. In any case, for the first time in his life, he felt safe and secure about his place. He felt as if he truly belonged with these people. That did not mean that they were connected at the hip, of course. In fact, the members of the cohort had plenty of differences and underlying conflicts that had the potential to push them away from each other. Even the phrase itself was not exactly accurate at this point. They were not really members of a distinct cohort anymore. Even if all five chose to pursue the same goal together, which was rather improbable, masters rarely operated in groups. They were too rare and powerful for such an arrangement. Most ascended acted independently, only gathering together to face especially terrible threats. But that was all right. This was how mature relationships were supposed to work. Sonny and his friends did not have to spend every waking minute together to preserve their bond. It was deep and tempered enough to remain strong even if each of them walked their separate path from now on. Still, the prospect of separation made Sonny feel wistful. He would have preferred for the five of them to stay together, at least in some capacity. However, the future was too obscure. Until the fateful ball, it was hard to say in which direction their lives would go. That was why this rare moment was so precious. Throwing all serious thoughts out of his mind, Sonny relaxed and tried to enjoy it as much as he could. Who knew when they would have a chance to spend such a peaceful evening together again? If ever. Steel was once again striking against steel in the underground dojo. Well, alloy was striking against alloy, to be more precise. For once, Sonny was not suffering on the receiving end of Changing Star's assault. The slender young woman was actually sitting on top of his inactive sleeping pod with her eyes closed, meditating as she controlled the soul essence rushing through her body. Instead, Sonny was defending himself against earnest, but amateurish attacks delivered by Rain.
What a nice change of pace.
The teenage girl was trying her best to get through his defense, but even when Sonny drastically toned down his speed and strength, her efforts were simply not enough. Despite her hard work, outstanding talent, and the swift improvement she had made, Rain was like an open book for him. Of course, he couldn't expect much from a mundane teenager. Still, her performance today was far from stellar. Sonny frowned.
Concentrate, you're distracted.
Rain gritted her teeth and tried, but her mind was obviously elsewhere. A few minutes later, he was forced to command her to stop, and stared at his pupil with dissatisfaction.
Are you going to take it seriously or not? What is wrong with you today?
Sonny knew that he had lucked out with his student. Unlike most teenagers, Rain had never given him any trouble with regard to her diligence and motivation. It was only natural for her to try and slack off eventually, but he had already gotten used to his sister giving it her all during their lessons. Now, nothing short of excellence would do. Rain breathed heavily, then threw a furtive glance at the alcove containing the sleeping pod and the dreamscape pod. Her cheeks turned slightly red.
Sorry, I just can't. Lady Changing Star is here.
Sonny scowled.
What about her?
The teenage girl looked at him with embarrassment and then said in a small voice,
You don't get it. She's watching.
Sonny blinked a couple of times, then stared at her in confusion.
Her eyes are closed. And anyway, you can't fight properly because someone is watching? Are you kidding me? Do you think that battles happen in private or something?
Rain shook her head.
It's not just someone, it's the Changing Star. She is, famous.
Sonny scratched the back of his head.
I am famous too, you know. But look at Nephis. She is somewhat of my #1 fan, as it turns out. Yet she is practicing diligently, without letting anything distract her. She is not starstruck at all.
The teenage girl shook her head again.
It's different. I know that you are a big deal. I am also used to seeing Effie and Lady Cassia, even Knight. But Lady Nephis is on a whole other level. She's not just a celebrity. She actually matters. She is one of the best out of the best people.
Sonny glared at his little sister.
Actually matters? Ouch.
He sighed, then lowered his alloy stick and summoned the endless spring.
I guess we're going to have a different kind of lesson today.
Sunny put a hand on Rain's shoulder and pointed at Nephis.
You're a smart kid, Rain. Your father works for the government. You should be able to separate truth from propaganda. Sure, Neph is an extraordinary individual, and she achieved a lot of incredible things. But she is just a human. All that stuff that is clouding your head is just an illusion that other humans created to shove an uplifting narrative down the population's throat. You can't be that gullible and believe in things that aren't real.
The teenage girl remained silent for a bit, then frowned.
But these things are real. Whether they are true or not, people believe in them, so they're real.
Sunny tilted his head a little.
What do you mean?
Rain glanced at him and shrugged.
It's because my father works for the government that I know this stuff. Well, let's say that millions of people believe that Lady Nephis is the hero that is going to lead humanity to conquer the fourth nightmare. It doesn't matter if she truly is. As long as people believe it, she has influence over them. Her image might be an illusion, but that influence is real, which means that her power is also real. Do you understand?
He stared at her in bewilderment.
So, you're saying that because someone decided to make Neph into a powerful hero and manipulated people into believing that she is, she actually became one?
Rain nodded.
Think about it. If Lady Nephis decides to appear in public tomorrow and appeal for people to take arms and join the government army, tens of thousands of new recruits will answer the call. Maybe even hundreds of thousands. How can something that can affect hundreds of thousands of lives not be real? So, she is different from a celebrity like Knight or a master like you. She is the real deal.
Sunny scratched the back of his head.
Why am I getting schooled by my student about lies and deceit of all things?
He thought to himself. The worst part of it was that Rain made a lot of sense. Power was an elusive concept. So was the difference between the real and the unreal. It was easy to point at an object and say that it was real. One could see it, touch it, and break it. But what about less tangible things? Was friendship real? Or love? Or belief, for example? If belief in something could affect millions of people, cause them to throw themselves into a war, persecute a group of individuals, or build incredible miracles of architecture, it was indeed stupid to say that the thing they believed in was not real, since it was able to exert influence on the real world. The object of their belief stopped being an illusion and became something different. Something like a deity. Sunny frowned.
What the hell am I thinking about? I was supposed to discipline my lazy student, not go on a philosophical tangent about the nature of divinity.
It did not apply to actual gods anyway. When they had been alive, the gods did not care about who believed in them and why. Why would they, if their power had been born long before humanity even existed? At that point, Nephis suddenly turned her head and said without opening her eyes,
You talk too much. Keep swinging that sword, Rain.
The teenage girl flinched and obediently raised her weapon.
Yes, Lady Nephis.
Sunny opened his mouth.
Wait, who's the teacher here?
Neph, meanwhile, lingered for a moment and added,
The power you talk about might be real, but it is fragile and insubstantial. It can be broken just as easily as it was created, unless the person wielding it has the actual strength to defend it. At the end of the day, nothing that has been handed to you is as valuable as what you have nurtured and cultivated yourself. So don't slack off in your training. Her expression softened a little, and the corner of her mouth curved upward. You are doing very well already. Just continue practicing with the same determination.
A bright smile suddenly appeared on Rain's face.
Really? You really think so? Sonny said so too. He said that I am way better than he was.
Nephis slowly shook her head.
Sonny did not have a systematic education and the solid foundation that you enjoy. He never had a proper teacher, let alone a personal tutor, and yet he has achieved so much in such a short time. You are far from his level for now. Even if you catch up to his corresponding accomplishments, it won't be enough. With your background and advantages, the only acceptable result is to surpass them.
Sonny scoffed.
Yeah, no way that happens.
Rain threw an angry look at him and then said defensively,
But I am not even a sleeper. I don't have a soul core and an aspect. I can't do what he did.
Neph opened her eyes and looked at the teenage girl somberly.
It doesn't matter if you are an awakened, a sleeper, or a mundane human. Chances are you won't even be infected by the spell. That doesn't mean that you have an excuse to remain weak. In fact, that only makes your need grow stronger and more dire.
She sighed.
Most people in this world are mundane, and yet they face the same dangers. I've known many brave individuals who did not possess supernatural strength or a powerful aspect. It takes a lot of courage to resist the tyranny of the spell without them. Those people might not have wielded weapons or fought on the front lines of this war, but they were more courageous than most awakened I've seen, and the impact they made was no less real.
Nephis closed her eyes again and resumed cycling her essence.
Strength is strength. Whether you become an awakened or not, you'll need it. So, train earnestly. Don't let my presence distract you.
Sonny felt like he urgently needed to say something. He cleared his throat and looked at Rain solemnly.
Yeah. This world is not kind to the weak. Well, you know this. Wasn't that the reason you asked me to train you in the first place? So stop staring at Neph and get to work.
The teenage girl hesitated for a few moments and then bowed.
Thank you, Grand Teacher.
Sonny ground his teeth.
What? Why don't I get a thank you? What the hell?
The alloy stick in his hand came to life, shooting forward to strike Rain on the shoulder. However, the girl had not let down her guard. Reacting with surprising speed, she sidestepped his attack and deflected the stick with her training sword, then counterattacked. Sonny almost got hit on the nose. He hid his surprise and continued pressuring his student.
Well, whatever just happened appeared to have worked.
Rain did not seem distracted anymore, at least. On a cold winter morning, two people were making their way through the black slush that drowned a run-down street, piling high near the dirty walls of the cheap paneled buildings that clung to each other as if for warmth. The loud sound of their steps echoed in the dim light, making it seem as if a monster was chewing on rotten flesh. Nephis glanced at the dirt covering her expensive boots, then smelled the air and grimaced. Adjusting the collar of her white coat, she then glanced at Sonny and asked, "Why are we here exactly?" He shoved his hands into his pockets and shrugged.
Weren't you told to submerge yourself into how mundane humans live? Well, here we are. This is life too.
He gestured at the ugly landscape that surrounded them and sighed. After several years, Sonny was back in the outskirts.
Brings back memories.
In the aftermath of the collapse of old humanity, ravages of war and natural cataclysms made most of the planet uninhabitable. To exist in relative safety, people had to congregate in large cities, like the one he had grown up in, the Northern Quadrant siege capital. Everywhere else was either drowned under water or looked like a desert. Of course, life persisted. Some trees and plants were still clinging to life. Large mammals mostly went extinct, but a few species of animals and insects managed to adapt. However, the damage to most ecosystems was too severe. The earth turned barren, the water turned poisonous, and even the air itself was not safe to breathe anymore. Luckily, humans had technology to help them survive. The city incorporated sophisticated water filtration systems, food distribution infrastructure, and other means of keeping the population alive. It was surrounded by tall barrier walls that prevented excessive microdust, various toxins, stray remnants of weaponized bacteria, harmful radiation, and other hazards from getting into the air supply. Sonny did not know much about how the barriers worked, but they were sufficiently effective in keeping the city in a bubble of breathable air. Of course, each district also possessed its own additional means of purifying the air even further. The problem, however, was that the barriers were stationary, while the city was not. The human population across the planet had dropped, but here in NQSC, it was slowly growing. As a result, the city grew too. It stretched further and further, both into the sky and underground. Of course, it also sprawled horizontally. Eventually, the city had outgrown the circle of barriers. Hence, the outskirts appeared. Although there were new barrier walls in construction, their completion required vast amounts of funding, human resources, and even more time. The colossal skeletal frames of unfinished barriers had loomed above the outskirts for as long as Sonny could remember. Unfinished. With what he knew now, he doubted that they would ever be completed at all. In any case, whole generations of people like him had already lived and died outside their protection. The air in the outskirts might not have been as bad as in the desolate wilderness beyond, but it was far from safe. Those who breathed it every day did not tend to enjoy good health or long lives. It reeked. Breathing in the familiar stench, Sonny struggled not to follow Neff's example and grimace. He had been accustomed to the smell for most of his life and never paid it much attention. But just a few years of sweet life in the dream realm and in the better parts of the city made it seem rather intense.
What's the big deal? It's not that bad in winter anyway.
Just like the air, all other facets of life in the outskirts were barely suited for human life as well. The buildings were straining to keep themselves together. Clean water was scarce, and most foods came in the form of synth-paste rations provided by the government. Everything was dirty, worn out, and on the verge of collapse. Infrastructure barely functioned. Theoretically, there was supposed to be a working transportation system with connections to the rest of the city. But in practice, it broke down and malfunctioned so often that getting anywhere with its help was hard. That was the reason why Sonny and Nephis were currently on foot. He did not regret this turn of events, however, because that gave them the chance to get a good look at people who lived on the outskirts. Just like the slums themselves, the inhabitants looked decrepit. They were all frail and thin, with unhealthy skin. The most striking difference was their height. People who lived in the outskirts were much shorter than those who lived in the inner city, mostly due to malnourishment and sickness. In short, they all looked similar to how Sonny had before the first nightmare. Looking at them now, he couldn't help but think of his past. Only 3 years and a few months ago, he had left this place, thinking that he would never return. But Sonny was already a very different person. He saw familiar sights differently too.
This is so strange.
Sonny had always thought of himself as someone from the outskirts, but now, after traveling through several regions of the Dream Realm and building a life for himself in the city, Sonny suddenly understood that the outskirts were not a monolithic place. They were actually vast and encompassed numerous different areas. He had only ever known and explored a small part of them. The only world he had known for most of his life was even smaller than he had thought. How could it not be so? Sonny had never considered such things, but after his last conversation with Master Jet, he realized the true scope of it all. From what she had told him, somewhere between 60 and 70 million people were living on the outskirts. 20% of the total population of the city existed in these unpleasant conditions, barely surviving as they were slowly ground to dust. If the mass evacuation from Antarctica succeeded, that number was going to grow even further. The outskirts were much greater than Sonny had ever thought. More than that, every city that remained on Earth had its own version of them, even if the excess population of NQSC was by far the largest. Thinking about all the struggle, misery, and desperate hope that surrounded him, Sonny sighed. People were people. Even in this pit, they found ways to adapt and find moments of happiness. They never lost their motivation to live and seek purpose. It's just that those moments were rare, and their lives were usually on the shorter side. His family had not been unhappy until it was destroyed. People more lucky than him could have a semblance of a decent life, even in the outskirts, although their chances were slim. Nephis grew silent, observing the inhabitants of the outskirts with her usual distant expression. However, there was a hint of emotion hiding deep in her eyes. After a while, she turned to Sonny and asked, "Are we here just to walk around?" He looked forward, then shook his head.
No, we came here for a reason.
Soon, the narrow street they were walking on made way for a small lot. Spaces like these were not rare in the outskirts, since no one really bothered with city planning here. The mess of streets and alleys grew chaotically, with many of them being nothing but an accidental result of tall buildings, factories, and massive human hives being constructed in close proximity to each other. As a result, there were plenty of random gaps like this one around. What made the empty lot special, however, was that it had somehow turned into a small park. Greenery was exceedingly rare in the outskirts, which made the park especially precious. The modest space in front of them was currently covered by dirty snow, but come spring, patches of real grass were going to appear from beneath it. There were a few bushes, a frozen pond, and a lonely tree that somehow clung to life despite all reason. Currently, it stood bare and dark, devoid of the bright crown of its leaves. The park was surrounded by tall buildings, making it seem as if it was situated on the bottom of a deep well. Sparse light fell on the tree from far above, illuminating its thin branches and the gray snowflakes that swirled in the air around them. There were several clean pathways through the snow, as well as a few damaged and vandalized benches here and there. Several people were sitting on the benches, enjoying a quiet moment of respite. They gave the young woman dressed in white and the young man dressed in black uneasy looks. Nephis studied the park for a few moments, then glanced at Sonny. "Aren't you wary that something can happen?" He took a look at her, then at himself. Both were obviously out of place, considering their physical appearance and expensive clothes. Everything about them screamed of wealth, status, and citizenship. Sonny doubted that the inhabitants of the outskirts would recognize them as ascended, but they would inevitably come to the conclusion that the strangers were rich. He shrugged.
What can happen? Even if some idiots decide to try and rob us, The worst they can do is shoot at us with cheap firearms. I doubt that their bullets can bruise our skin, let alone penetrate it.
One would have to use a heavy assault vehicle with state-of-the-art magnetic cannon, or better yet, a spell-tech armament, to leave a small scratch on the body of a master. Even then, landing a shot would not be easy. Nefis shook her head.
I'm not worried about us. I'm worried about the idiots.
Sonny smiled.
Well, don't be. If there's one thing we outskirt rats are good at, it's self-preservation. Anyone can see that both of us are killers. They'll stay away.
Changing Star gave him a hesitant nod. A few moments later, she asked,
So, what is the reason?
He lingered for a moment, then shrugged.
I met your mother already, so I thought I would bring you to meet mine.
Nefis raised an eyebrow.
I thought your mother was dead.
Sonny nodded.
She is. Come.
He headed toward the tree, knowing that Nef would follow. As they approached, Sonny sighed and said in a neutral tone,
Most people in the outskirts don't get to have a burial, so there are no graves either. Space is a precious commodity. Energy and fuel are too. Human remnants are usually dissolved and then discarded. Still, it is nice to have a special place to remember them by. This tree is such a place for me. A long time ago, I carved 2 lines into it. One for my mom, and one for my dad.
He stopped and stared at the tree, a distant expression appearing on his face. In truth, Sonny had been thinking about his mother a lot recently, and that prompted him to visit the small park. Taking Nefis along was just an afterthought. He had decided that showing her the hidden side of the city would do her some good. It could give her perspective at least. They stood silently under the tree. Nefis studied it for a while, and then suddenly said,
There are 3 lines.
Sonny looked at her in confusion.
What?
Nef pointed to the bottom of the trunk.
There is a 3rd line.
He stared at her for a moment, then turned away.
Oh, the 3rd line is for me. I added it before going away to face the first nightmare.
Changing Star glanced at him, then asked in her usual even tone,
Were you not confident of conquering it?
Sonny laughed.
Gods, no. I was pretty sure that I would die. I was ready to, actually. Back then, I was sort of ambivalent about life, I guess. Very few people from the outskirts survive their nightmares. We are physically weak and less educated than proper citizens. Local schools are not exactly known for training skilled fighters.
He remained silent for a moment, and then added,
It's weird, actually. A large part of why I survived the first nightmare was exactly because I did not really care to survive. Since I already accepted that I would die, I did not worry too much about anything. No matter what happened, I was able to calmly react instead of panicking. I acted with unrestrained coldness and calculation.
Sonny sighed.
Of course, such an attitude is of limited utility. It helped me at the start, but one can't get far by acting like a walking corpse. It was only halfway through the nightmare that I suddenly decided that I wanted to live. And once I did, I really wanted to live. That was what pushed me to go on, despite all reason, and eventually escape.
He looked at the lonely tree, lingered, and said,
I haven't been back here since. When I was carving the 3rd line for myself, I had no idea that I would return one day as a master, let alone one with the special strategic asset designation and enough value to make both the government and the great clans fight over me.
Sonny shook his head and grinned.
What a strange turn of events, huh?
They stood silently under the tree for a while. Eventually, Nephis looked at him and said evenly, "You did well." Sunny glanced at her with a pale smile, then nodded.
I guess I did, didn't I? My mom would have been very happy. If she was alive, that is. I am healthy, well-fed, and have a house in a good part of the city. I even found me a student. These things might not sound like much to you, but to her, they would have been like a dream.
He turned to the tree and added after a short pause,
I don't really remember my dad too well because I was too little when he passed away. But my mom, I remember her perfectly. She was like a ray of sunshine. The strangest thing, though, is that when I was a kid, she was the whole world to me. I thought that she knew everything and could do anything. But now, I realized that she was barely older than we are. She was more or less a kid herself.
Nephis looked at him and said,
But we aren't kids.
Sunny tilted his head, then shrugged.
That is true, I guess. We are adults, which is a strange thought. I don't really feel very different from how I was before. At least, not in terms of being confident and knowing what the hell I'm doing.
Changing Star sighed, then shook her head a little. That is because you have been an adult for a long time. People like us have to grow up early. Sunny thought about it for a moment.
I don't know. I have a suspicion that when I look back on today in a decade or so, I will be dismayed by how big of an idiot I was.
Nephis smiled with the corner of her mouth. That has nothing to do with adulthood. He spared her a short glance and scoffed.
That was the point where you were supposed to say that I am not an idiot, you know.
She stared at him with a deadpan expression, and then said in her usual tone,
I know.
Sunny couldn't help but laugh.
Anyway, I don't really understand why I wanted to come here. I guess I expected to feel something, and I did. It's just not what I thought I would feel.
Nephis lingered for a few moments. Eventually, she said with a hint of hesitation in her voice, Do you maybe want to say something to your mother? Sunny lingered for a while, then shook his head.
What is the point? She is dead, and the dead can't hear anything. They are simply gone. They only exist in the memories of the past. I would rather concentrate on the future.
Even though he had achieved many things that his mother would have wanted for him, it had not been without a cost. His house, his wealth, and the fridge full of food he had back home were only one side of his life. The other side was full of dire things like the Sovereigns, the Obel Scale, and Nephis. His bond with her was a dire thing too. His future was not cloudless at all. The past few weeks had been some of the calmest and most enjoyable in Sunny's life. He had mostly been in Neff's company, doing nothing but training and spending time with her. He had hidden his head in the sand and refused to think about all the troubles that loomed on the horizon. That pleasant time was coming to an end. In a few days, Nephis was going to finally leave to face the Firekeepers. About a week after that, they were going to accept Clan Valor's invitation and attend their ball. After that, everything was going to change. Their futures were going to be decided on that day. Sunny found himself standing at a crossroads, not knowing where any of the roads actually led. Even worse, he was not the only one deciding on what turn to take. All of it was so tiresome. He sighed, then walked over to the tree and touched it for a brief moment.
Hey, Mom. It's me. I am doing well, I guess. Rain is good too. She looks like you very much. You would have been really proud of her.
Sonny felt rather stupid at that moment, but at the same time, strangely soothed. He hesitated for a few seconds, and then thought,
Anyway, I don't think I will be able to visit again for a long time. Not that you're really here. Oh, that young woman right there is Nephis. She is my... well... it's complicated. In any case, I think you would have liked her. I have several other friends too, so I'm in good hands. You don't have to worry about me.
With that, he stepped back, looked at the lonely tree one last time, and turned away.
Let's go.
As they walked away, Neff looked at him and asked tentatively, "Are you all right?" Sonny smiled crookedly and shrugged.
Of course. Why wouldn't I be?
She opened her mouth to say something, but at that moment, several figures suddenly appeared from behind a corner, surrounding them. They were all dirty and disheveled, looking like typical outskirts thugs. The leader, a muscular man with a chemical scar on his face, pointed a kinetic handgun at them and grinned.
Not so fast, lovebirds. Rich kids like you really should think twice before coming to where you don't belong.
Sonny silently palmed his face.
So, why don't you give us your communicators and other valuables before something bad happens?
Damn it. This is so embarrassing.
Sonny thought before moving. Before the thug was done speaking, Sonny appeared near him, grabbed the barrel of his gun, and squeezed gently, turning it into a deformed steel pancake. The muscular man stared at his weapon in shock, then suddenly let go of it and jumped back.
Awakened! Run!
The thugs all froze for a second, then paled and dashed away, disappearing as fast as they had appeared a few moments ago. Sonny was left standing with a broken gun in his hand. He sighed heavily, then threw it into a rusty trash container that stood a couple of dozen meters away. The gun clanked against its edge as it disappeared inside.
Unbelievable,
Sonny said to himself. The most disheartening thing about it all was that he knew the leader of the thugs. Growing up in this area of the outskirts, Sonny had run into this particular gang more than once. Sometimes being mistreated by them, sometimes running small errands for the thugs in hopes of earning some food. And yet, none of them had recognized him, instead mistaking Sonny for a rich city kid. He looked at Nephis and cleared his throat.
Sorry about that.
She shook her head. No need to apologize. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then shrugged and continued walking away from the park.
I guess I am really not an outskirt rat anymore.
A few days passed in pleasant tranquility. Eventually, however, the time ran out. Nephis gathered her things and left for the Immortal Flame Manor, leaving Sonny alone. It was a bittersweet feeling. Sweet because he finally had the house to himself once again. Bitter because, well, Sonny was not sure that he enjoyed his home being so empty anymore. Nevertheless, he had chosen not to follow her to join the rest of the cohort yet. Sonny felt like the looming ball was going to change a lot of things and had to prepare a few contingencies. If the worst happened, there was a big possibility that he would be gone for a very long time again. There were several things he had to do, just in case. His lecture course at the academy had just started, but at this rate, it was under threat of ending prematurely. Sonny spent some time imparting his students with the best and most essential knowledge he could relay in such a short amount of time. But other than that, there was not much else he could do to prevent his academic reputation from potentially receiving a hit. Luckily, all masters led hectic lives. The administration was long accustomed to their star lecturers disappearing for months on end without much of a warning, so his case was not unique. His second worry was the Brilliant Emporium. The memory store was already in a difficult position because of the invisible blockade that had prevented Sonny from visiting the Dream Realm and hunting down nightmare creatures for half a year. Their inventory was running low. In the past 6 months, Sonny had slowly shifted his business in the direction of selling memory versions of mundane items that he weaved. That was not a straightforward endeavor, however. Sure, the idea of having a toothbrush memory sounded pleasant, but he had to use a soul shard to create one. Considering how expensive soul shards were in the real world, the price of a simple toothbrush would have been simply unreasonable. So, after thinking for a while, Sonny had come up with a strategy of shifting his focus from necessities and toiletries to luxury items. That way he could price them high enough to earn more than the price of a soul shard. Rich clients already had access to mundane items in the Dream Realm due to their connections to masters and saints, but were willing to pay a lot for the convenience of having various luxuries readily at hand. So Sonny spent a few days painstakingly creating an especially large batch of these extravagant memories, and then met with Eiko to transfer them. After thinking for a while, he gave her a strange set of instructions. Sonny wanted the Brilliant Emporium to stock up on as many memories that provided either warmth or resistance against cold as possible. The second priority went to memories that could serve as a source of light, which were usually cheap and plentiful. He also told Eiko to sell every soul shard they had left. The reason behind this decision was simply the approaching disaster in Antarctica. Once the government announced the voluntary mobilization, a lot of people were going to need to equip themselves for the harsh realities of polar night. The large amount of opening gates would also flood the market with soul shards, probably crashing their price to a certain extent. In any case, he hoped that the Brilliant Emporium would survive for a while, thanks to these measures, should something happen at the ball. Lastly, there was Rain. His sister was going to turn 16 in a few months, which meant that Sonny had very little time left to prepare her for the potential first nightmare. On the other hand, there were not a lot of things left he could teach her. Of course, Rain still had a lot of room to improve, but at that stage, Sonny's presence was only of marginal use. What she really needed to do was to truly internalize and assimilate the skills and knowledge that he had already imparted to her. While Sonny could help his sister along, most of the work had to be done by Rain herself. Still, he used the week before the ball to the fullest extent. The teenage girl might have been sour about how intense their lesson suddenly became, but it was for her own good. She was already better prepared to face the nightmare than he had been, by far. Whether or not that would be enough, he did not know. Other than these 3 things, there was not a lot for Sonny to do. He prepared his home to go into conservation mode in case he did not return from the ball. He restocked the covetous coffer with various supplies for a long expedition. He fought against Saint to clean the rust off his battle instincts. He tinkered with his memories for a bit, trying to improve them. All of these preparations might have been for nothing, but Sonny was more willing to be wrong than to be unprepared. Finally, the fateful day came. Wincing at the thought of how much money he had spent on that thing, Sonny donned a stylish black suit and briefly looked at himself in the mirror. The bespoke attire had been made by a luxury establishment that serviced many prominent legacies and incorporated the most rare and durable materials, many of them coming from the dream realm. The suit was made in the style that many awakened preferred, existing somewhere between the modern fashion and the more antiquated aesthetic that memories adhered to. It was elegant and fitting, including a stylish half cape and tall leather boots. Even though Sunny had said a few strong words to Kai during the fittings, now that he looked at himself, he could not deny that he looked rather good. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then sighed.
Let's face the music, I guess.
With that, he briefly circulated essence through the coils of Soul Serpent, wrapped 3 of the 4 shadows around his body, and walked outside. His carriage, in the form of a luxury PTV, was already waiting. Five of them sat inside the sleek PTV, watching as the streets of the city flew by. Sunny was not the only one who had donned an extravagant suit. Kai was wearing an even more stylish attire, radiating so much grace and elegance that the interior of the moving vehicle seemed almost electrified. Cassia had chosen a simple but flattering gown of soft colors. Her bracelets and jewelry were picked to match the silver half-mask that she wore like a crown. The familiar blue-green cloak was draped around her shoulders. She was holding the quiet dancer by the scabbard as if it was a cane. Effie wore a white tunic with tasteful gold accents. There was a golden laurel resting on her head, with similar bracelets and anklets accentuating its sheen. With her olive skin and toned physique, she looked like an ancient goddess. The huntress seemed to be enjoying herself as she sipped champagne from a tall glass. Nephis chose to wear a more practical attire, which was nevertheless equally splendid. Her knightly suit consisted of black trousers, a black doublet with silver embroidery, and a pristine white cape. The simple band of the Crown of Dawn accentuated the steely gray of her striking eyes. Her hands, clad in white gloves, rested calmly on her knees. All of Sunny's worries about how pompous he looked in his expensive suit disappeared. Compared to the others, he looked almost underdressed. Was there really any time to worry about appearances anyway? Looking at the members of the cohort, he hesitated for a moment and then asked,
"Are you ready?"
Nephis glanced at him, then turned back to the window. "It's just a ball." He stared at her for a moment, then grinned. Then he laughed.
"Oh, indeed.
Soon, the PTV left public streets and entered the road that led to the stronghold of the Clan of Valor. Although their main seat of power was situated in the Dream Realm, safely protected by the great walls of the legendary Bastion, the family obviously maintained several prominent properties in the waking world. This one resembled a hybrid between an embassy and a sprawling fortress. The complex took enough area in the center of the city to be considered a separate district, and encompassed a multitude of buildings, most of them just a few stories high. More floors, of course, were situated underground, where the bulk of activity took place. The purpose of the buildings ranged from serving as residences for the members of the clan and retainers, to training centers for the household troops, research facilities dedicated to various applications of spell tech, and everything in between. Just like Nephis had said, a legacy clan was not just a handful of people united by a bloodline. It was a large organization that, in the case of Clan Valor, included thousands upon thousands of people from all walks of life. The fortress also housed vaults, where the sleeping pods of those awakened who either belonged to or served the Great Clan were located, so security measures were nothing short of exaggerated. Sunny himself could see and feel plenty of sentries both mundane and possessing greater powers. Judging by a slight frown that appeared on Kai's face, there were plenty more that he had failed to notice. The complex was fully prepared to face any kind of attack, be it a manifestation of a nightmare gate or a sudden assault perpetrated by the forces of rival clans. On one hand, that made Sunny feel safe. On the other hand, escaping this stronghold would not be easy.
Let's hope I won't need to,
Sunny thought to himself. Other than that, the aesthetics of the complex were very pleasing to the eye. There were plenty of trees and grass around, with architecture that did a great job of hiding the utilitarian and militaristic design of the sprawling fortress. In fact, if Sunny did not know any better, he would have thought that he was in the middle of a blissful garden district that was meant for people to relax in peace and tranquility. Living here must have been very nice. Chances were he would have an opportunity to experience that life rather soon.
Yeah, as if that would happen,
he thought. Sunny glanced at Nephis and then turned away, his face darkening. A few minutes later, their PTV approached the center of the complex, where a grand structure stood, illuminated by bright spotlights. He felt a bit of awe when he noticed that it was built of stone blocks similar to those that Bastion itself consisted of. This hinted at the fact that the stones were brought to the waking world from the dream realm. Considering that only powerful masters and saints could transport matter between two worlds, the cost of the Great Hall was nothing short of astronomical. He could hardly imagine a more impressive and effective proclamation of wealth and power. The great clans really knew how to set the stage. The walls of the hall were decorated by vermilion banners that stretched from its roof to the very ground, each bearing the image of an anvil pierced by a sword. A red carpet led from the grand stairs to the road, where a row of similarly luxurious PTVs were parked, slowly moving as their distinguished passengers disembarked. Neat rows of uniformed honor guards stood at the sides of the red carpet, forming a living corridor through which the guests had to walk before they reached the entrance. Everything about them screamed of discipline and power. These soldiers alone were enough to protect people invited to the ball from most dangers. Not that the guests needed any protection. Although there were a few high-ranking mundane humans among them, most were either promising awakened or masters. There were even saints here, which made Sunny feel rather uncomfortable. If there was one group of people in the city he really wouldn't want to provoke, it was those attending the ball. Sunny felt like a fish being thrown in a tank of hungry sharks. He could probably fight off or at least escape from any one of these sharks. But all of them together?
Still, I'm not without sharp teeth myself,
he thought. Finally, their PTV reached the vermilion carpet. Sunny waited for the door to open, then sighed and stepped outside. Nephis walked forward with her usual impassive confidence. It was as though the magnificence of the towering hall, the rows of armor-clad honor guards, and the distinguished guests surrounding them did not deserve her attention, let alone apprehension. Her face was still and inscrutable, and her eyes were cold and focused. As the rest of the cohort followed behind her, Sunny couldn't help but feel uneasy. Right now, he was especially frustrated at his lacking ability to read her moods. He just hoped that Changing Star was not going to try and assassinate the members of the Valor clan as soon as she saw them.
No way, she wouldn't. Right?
He thought. Their arrival caused a bit of a stir. Many eyes were suddenly directed at the 4 members of the cohort, but it was nothing compared to how many people were staring at Nephis, either openly or in secret. She did not pay them any attention, so Sunny looked straight ahead and pretended to not care either. Of course, he was tensely studying everything and everyone around them through his shadow. Somehow, he felt as if he had returned to the Red Colosseum. Sunny almost expected the people surrounding them to start chanting "Glory" at any second. Of course, that did not happen. The cohort walked up the stairs and entered the grand hall, where they were led to massive doors that were carved of familiar wood. As the doors opened into a vast chamber full of exquisitely dressed people, a loud voice announced,
Lady Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, ascended Song of the Fallen, ascended Raised by Wolves, ascended Nightingale, ascended Sunless.
For a moment, every conversation in the hall paused. Everyone turned to look at the new arrivals. Sunny frowned. The amount of pressure that crashed into him was enough to make a mundane person kneel. It was not that the guests were consciously exerting it, just the side effect of so many powerful people being gathered in one place. Just at first glance, he identified nearly 100 masters and a handful of saints in the crowd, with each of the latter basically glowing like a beacon of power in the sea of people, surrounded by a small island of empty space. A very large chunk of humanity's defensive capabilities were gathered in this hall. If Sunny was pressured, then Nephis must have felt as if a mountain landed on her. And yet, she did not bat an eye. A wave of whispers rose, barely audible in the harmonious hum of relaxing music.
It's her. What? Changing Star is here?
Look, it's the heiress of Immortal Flame.
Even among the absolute elites, Neph's status was immense enough to create a commotion. The other 4 members got a lot of attention too, as the brightest stars of the younger generation of Awakened. Both their SS designations and the rapid speed of their ascension made them noteworthy people. Subjected to hundreds of gazes, Nephis nodded curtly and walked toward the tables that offered drinks and refreshments. As she did, the arrival of another guest was announced, causing the excitement of the crowd to subside a little. Sunny felt incredibly awkward.
So, what do we do now?
Kai simply smiled.
We don't have to do anything, really. Before the host arrives and commences the ball, usually we would use this time to walk around and socialize, but in this case there is no need. Everyone will come to us. So, just enjoy yourself. Smile and answer politely if someone addresses you.
Sunny shifted his shoulders.
That is terrible advice.
How was he supposed to enjoy himself and smile, knowing what was at stake? As for being polite, politeness often required a person to lie. What was he supposed to do if someone asked him a question that demanded a rude answer? Luckily, he had nothing to fear. Very soon, a stream of people started to approach them, somehow making it seem as if they all just happened to walk by. However, all their attention was concentrated on Nephis. Barely anyone spared a moment to chat with the other members of the cohort, and even then, Sunny was the last in line, which suited him fine.
Lady Changing Star, it is such an honor to meet you.
You made us all proud, young lady. I was actually friends with your grandfather.
I once fought a battle side by side with your parents. The memory of their valiance was forever etched into my heart.
Everyone wanted to, if not become friends, then at least establish a connection with the daughter of the hallowed clan that seemed to be rising from the ashes. Nephis remained calm, conversing with the great and powerful people that approached her in a neutral but slightly stifled tone. Sunny could feel the flames burning in her soul, growing hotter and hotter, however. She was filled with masterfully suppressed rage. Well, he would be too. All these well-wishers could not wait to share the tales of how highly they valued and admired her parents and grandfather. And yet, they had been perfectly fine to do nothing when the Immortal Flame clan needed help. None of them had raised a hand to help Nephis when she was young, weak, and being hunted by the assassins of the hidden rulers of the Awakened Society. It was only now that she had become ascended, and an absolutely outstanding one at that they remembered past friendships and tried to integrate themselves with her. Their smiles and pretty words were worthless. Their friendship was worthless. This was all just a big charade. Sunny observed the elites with a bit of bewilderment. Were they all such shameless liars? Or did they actually believe their own lies? In any case, this feast of deceit was nothing short of delectable. If only it was not so amateurish. After a while, he suddenly felt a cold shiver running down his spine. Turning his head slightly, Sunny noticed a familiar face. An exquisitely beautiful woman in a dazzling dress the color of red wine was approaching them. She was graceful and elegant, with a supple figure and full scarlet lips. Her most striking feature, however, was her skin. It was gray like stormy clouds, smooth like silk, and devoid of any imperfections. The woman smiled, revealing perfectly even pearly teeth. "Lady Nephis, I'm so glad to see you again." Changing Star looked at her and lingered for a moment. Then she said, "Shan, I am glad to see you as well." Shan, the former lieutenant of the Bright Lord Gunlog and leader of the Handmaidens, was standing in front of them with a calm smile. Sunny had not seen her after the tumultuous escape from the Forgotten Shore, where she had held the line as the commander of the Second Defense, bulwark of the Dreamer Army. He had thought that becoming a master would make him less susceptible to her presence, but it did not. Her striking beauty, her exotic looks, and the aura of mystery that surrounded Shan were just as compelling as ever. The knowledge of how frightening her true nature was also made it impossible for him to remain unaffected. Not to mention the most important fact of all, Shan was one of the adopted daughters of Ki Song, the ruler of the Great Song clan and one of the 3 sovereigns. If anything, knowing more about her background only made Sunny pay the beautiful woman extra attention.
What the hell is she doing here?
Shan, meanwhile, looked at the other members of the cohort and said with a small, but seemingly sincere smile,
"Athena, Kai, Cassia, Sunless, it is good to see you doing well too."
Effie gave her a long look, then shrugged.
"Likewise. How have you and your girls been?"
After the return from the Forgotten Shore, half of the members of the former Dreamer Army had decided to follow Cassia and become known as the Firekeepers. Of the remaining half, most had chosen a different path, either remaining independent like Sunny and Eiko, or joining various legacy clans. All the surviving handmaidens, however, had followed Shan back to Song. Just like that, the great clan had not only received its lost daughter back, but also earned the utmost loyalty of a dozen extremely promising recruits. Come to think of it, that might have been one of the reasons why Valor wanted to gain the allegiance of the Firekeepers so badly. A group of exceptional and supremely battle-hardened Awakened might not have been able to change the balance of power between the 2 great clans immediately. But in a few years, when the survivors of the Dreamer Army started becoming masters, or maybe even saints, eventually, that could easily change. Shan responded in a serious tone.
"We are doing well. My clan embraced us with open arms. After reuniting with my sisters, I was also able to bring a lot of value to the Song family with my unique knowledge and experience. The long years I spent on the Forgotten Shore were not for naught.
She had been stuck in that hell for far longer than any of them. In fact, Sunny did not know how many years Shan had spent in the Dark City exactly, but it might have been as high as 9 or 10. Being able to survive and hold on to power for so long spoke a lot about how resourceful and dangerous the daughter of Ki Song was, especially considering that, in the end, she was the only one of the old guard who had managed to escape. No wonder the great clan was so eager to get her back.
Shan looked at them and smiled. Of course, we have yet to achieve the same measure of success as the 5 of you. Reaching ascension so soon after becoming awakened is no small feat. You have my respect.
Her smile paled a little.
I will be going away to challenge my own second nightmare in a few days, as a matter of fact. This ball is the last opportunity I have to experience the wonders of the waking world. Before that,
she looked around wistfully and sighed.
So, she is also in a hurry to become a master, huh?
Sunny stared at the gray-skinned beauty with a bit of apprehension. Shan was already scary enough as an awakened. How much more powerful would she become after ascending? Kai offered the former leader of the Handmaidens a reassuring smile.
I am sure that you and your cohort will do fine. The second nightmare is a terrible challenge, but people who survived the Forgotten Shore are suited to face its dangers more than anyone else. You will triumph.
Before Shan could answer, Nephis finally spoke. Looking at the daughter of Song impassively, she said in her usual even tone,
I have to admit, I am surprised to see you here.
Shan lingered for a moment.
Oh, you must have heard about the recent disharmony between Song and Valor. Do not pay it too much attention, Lady Nephis. Despite our disagreements, it is important to present a united front. I am here to keep up appearances.
Changing Star thought for a moment, then nodded.
I understand you are here to send a message. However, I find it curious that a junior member like you was chosen above more senior representatives of the great clan Song. One can't help but wonder what message exactly such a choice is intended to deliver.
Shan's smile widened a little.
Well, it is not my place to question the decisions of the elders. In any case, I am very happy that I got the chance to see you all again. While we were never truly friends, I value what you have done for me and my wards, as well as what we went through together, a great deal.
Her pearly teeth glistened in the bright light of exquisite chandeliers, suddenly seeming much sharper.
I hope that we will be able to deepen that bond one day. Of course, whether or not it blossoms into a real friendship depends on our decisions.
Sunny sighed. Shan looked at them one last time. Strangely, her gaze lingered on him for a few extra moments. Then, she politely excused herself and left to mingle with other guests of the ball.
So that's what it was all about,
Sunny thought. Her meaning was more than clear. Clan Song decided not to go as far as making an earnest effort to spoil the negotiations with Valor and try to recruit the members of the cohort and the Firekeepers into its ranks instead. However, they did issue a warning to make the right decision if you know what's good for you. Stay away from our rivals, or else. That threat might have been packaged into an exquisitely beautiful cover, but the underlying message remained quite clear. Looking at the back of Shan as she was walking away, Sunny shook his head as he thought,
Did I somehow end up involved in politics? By the spell, I did, didn't I? Curses. Why can't a guy just grow stronger than everyone in the world and unreasonably rich in peace?
A few minutes later, the atmosphere in the great hall suddenly changed. The hum of voices grew quiet, and many of the guests shifted, turning to a particular spot. As Sonny watched, a tall figure appeared on a wide balcony above them. The man was strong and severe, with a sharp face and even sharper, cold eyes. His black hair was touched by silver at the temples. He was wearing an elegant attire that somehow looked like a suit of impregnable armor, despite being made of nothing but black fabric. His vermilion cloak moved slightly as if touched by invisible wind. As soon as the man appeared, Sonny felt considerable pressure descending on the hall. The dignified stranger radiated so much power and authority that it was hard not to admire him or fear him. He was a saint, without a doubt. What was more, his features looked slightly like that of Mordred and Morgan. For a moment, Sonny thought that he was looking at Anvil of Valor himself. But no, that could not be. Although the familial likeness was there, it was not too pronounced. The mythical sovereign was also not supposed to be able to enter the waking world easily, let alone openly show himself in public. That would just go against everything that the sovereigns did to remain in the shadows.
This must be Saint Madoc of Valor, also known as Whispering Blade.
Saint Madoc was one of Anvil's siblings and the nominal leader of the great clan Valor. Of course, Sonny knew who truly called the shots, but the status of this powerful man was by no means for show. Whispering Blade was a legendary warrior, and one of humanity's most formidable champions in his own right. As the guests quieted down, Saint Madoc looked at them from above with his steely blue eyes, and then smiled slightly. Instantly the pressure receded, making the mundane humans in the crowd sigh with relief. Morgan's uncle spoke, his strong voice easily reaching into every corner of the great hall.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, welcome to the annual ball of the great clan Valor. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you all under our roof once again. In the past year, many things have happened. Some of our brothers and sisters are not with us anymore.
A somber silence settled over the hall. Every year brought a lot of deaths to the awakened. Even masters were not spared from that fate this year in particular, having dealt a heavy blow to humanity. Even though few knew of what had really happened, the absence of St. Cormac was clearly felt by many. Transcendents were so exceedingly rare that the loss of even one of them echoed across the world. As the guests turned somber, Whispering Blade's smile suddenly widened, dispelling the solemn mood.
Despite that, it pleases me to see many new faces among you. Humanity has grown stronger yet again. New heroes rose to carry the torch for those who had fallen in battle. With champions like these, our world has nothing to fear. Despite it all, we persevere. But more than that, we rise. Nothing can stop our ascension.
He looked at the guests and then sighed.
Well, those of you who know me also know that I am not one for long speeches. To be honest, this one was actually written by my beloved wife, who is far more eloquent and wise than me. Not to mention, pleasant to look at.
A wave of polite chuckles spread through the crowd. Saint Madoc smiled once again.
Today is not a day for sorrow. Today is a day for joy, and so, let the ball commence!
As soon as he said that, the space in the middle of the hall was cleared, and the musicians started to play a magnificent and emotional composition. Whispering Blade danced the first dance himself, accompanied by a beautiful, mature woman. Moving with elegance and grace, they both looked breathtakingly splendid. Soon, other pairs joined them. Sonny observed the dance with a bit of interest. He had not known what to really expect from this ball, but to his relief, it was nothing like the awkward and almost comical sight that he had witnessed in the nightclub a few weeks ago. The dancers were much more purposeful and elaborate in their movements. Both partners had to move in synchronicity to not disturb the flow of the dance, following the music with surprising skill. The gracefulness of their steps, the exquisite attires, the radiant physical beauty common among the awakened, and the luxurious decorations of the great hall, all of it made the ball look rather dazzling. He was also able to appreciate the ceremony due to his familiarity with shadow dance. Of course, his battle style was not a literal dance. However, it was derived from one. In fact, every battle style had something in common with dancing, since both had to do with motion, coordination, agility, and rhythm. So even if Sonny was never taught how to dance, he was able to quickly learn the basics from just observing those who were better versed in it. He could have even joined the dancers if he wanted to. Of course, he didn't. Sonny noticed that it was customary for men to invite the women to dance. As he watched, many handsome and distinguished guests offered their hands to their beautiful counterparts and led them to the center of the hall. More than a few burning gazes landed on Nephis, but were quickly doused by her cold, unapproachable expression. Fortunately, or unfortunately, the other members of the cohort were caught in the cone of silence that surrounded her, so no one approached them either. After some time, Kai invited Cassia to dance, while Effie wandered away in the direction of the tables that were barely standing, burdened by the weight of various delicacies. Sonny, meanwhile, grew bored. Damn, how long do we have to wait? Are these negotiations going to start or what?
He thought. Eventually, he glanced at Nephis, then left her and walked away in search of a bathroom. A few minutes later, he was washing his hands in front of a mirror. Looking at his pale reflection, Sonny lingered for a few moments and then said,
I know that you are there. Stop hiding.
Nothing happened for a few seconds. Then, his reflection suddenly offered him a pleasant smile.
Oh, how did you know?
When his reflection suddenly spoke, Sonny flinched and jumped back. A startled expression appeared on his face. He stared at the mirror with wide eyes, then cursed and remained silent for a few seconds. Finally, Sonny uttered through gritted teeth,
I did not know. I just developed a habit of saying random rubbish to mirrors in case something like this happens. Who knew that this time you would actually turn up?
Mordred, who disturbingly wore his face, blinked a couple of times, then laughed.
So, it was a bluff. Goodness, I can't believe I fell for this trick.
Sonny's reflection shook its head. Sonny himself, who felt incredibly troubled by the sight of his own likeness being inhabited by the Prince of Nothing, sucked in a breath of air, and then hissed.
What are you even doing here? Have you entirely lost your mind? This is the stronghold of Clan Valor.
Mordred shrugged.
Why? Can't I visit my own clan's ball?
Sonny suppressed the desire to palm his face.
Not if you want to live.
But then again, why would he care if Mordred lived or died? Actually, it would have been wonderful if the troublesome Mir Wraith was caught and either destroyed or imprisoned again by his mighty family. Sunny would have one less headache if they did. Unless Mordred decided to trade away his secrets, of course.
Damnation.
The Prince of Nothing, meanwhile, waved his hand dismissively.
Don't worry so much, Sunless. I'm not here to do anything. I just wanted to take a peek at the festivities. No one will notice.
Judging by his confident smile, Mordred was sufficiently certain of that statement. This probably meant that he had acquired at least one potent anti-divination tool. Well, the mere fact that the great and mighty Clan Valor had failed to track him down yet already hinted at that possibility. If not for Sunny's random shot in the dark, no one would indeed have noticed the transient reflection. Mordred looked at him and lingered for a few moments. Then he said in a pensive tone,
You know, Sunless, for someone who keeps denying his ties with the great clans, you sure brush sides with them a lot.
Sunny was so outraged that he lost the gift of speech for a second.
And whose fault is that, you bastard? If you didn't involve me in your mess, I would have been living happily ever after somewhere else. Well, probably.
Mordred awkwardly coughed. Then he regained his composure and said with a bit of reproach,
I already apologized, didn't I? In any case, complications or not, you should choose your friends carefully, Sunless.
Sunny glared at the reflection for a bit.
Am I having deja vu? I swear I just had this exact conversation with someone else a few minutes ago. You did not steal Shan's body by any chance, did you?
Mordred tilted his head a little.
I don't think so. Who is Shan?
Sunny opened his mouth and then frowned.
No, he wouldn't have.
The damned lunatic was already being hunted by one great clan. Killing an heiress of another would do him no good.
An acquaintance of mine. Never mind about her.
Mordred smiled.
If you say so, I must say so. You do have a lot of interesting acquaintances.
A curious expression appeared on the reflection's face.
That changing star is rather fascinating. To think that the Immortal Flame clan was able to return to a semblance of its former glory, and with the help of a young dream spawn no less. Maybe I should take her body instead. What do you think, Sunless? Should I?
He was probing to get a reaction out of Sunny, but luck was not on his side. Sunny simply shrugged and said indifferently,
Be my guest.
It seemed as if he was disinterested in whether Mordred would kill and replace Nephis or not. Of course, he wasn't really. He just thought that the Prince of Nothing would dearly regret trying to consume Changing Star's soul. Not only was she a tyrant, which would make battling her a nightmare, but he also suspected that her soul possessed its formidable defenses. Nephis had already hinted that the lineage of Sun God strengthened it somehow, but that only accounted for the quantity of her force. There was also the quality. Sunny had a hunch that Mordred would be burning himself alive if he tried to invade her radiant soul sea.
Wouldn't that be a sight to see?
He glanced at his reflection, then said coldly,
Is that all you wanted to say? Because if that's it, I have a ball to return to.
Then Sunny scoffed and added,
And by the way, didn't you give a very pompous speech about how I should pray to never meet you again the last time we saw each other? Kind of presumptuous if you then go ahead and place yourself straight in my sights. In a bathroom of all places.
Mordred's smile paled a little.
That. I did not forget about that, Sunless. Truth be told, I am still very peeved about what you have done. Come to think of it, maybe I should do something to lessen my frustration. Say, which of your friends do you value the least?
Sonny's fist slammed into the mirror, shattering it. Mordred laughed, staring at him from the shards. His face, Sonny's face, became distorted by the cracks.
Oh, Sunless, so passionate.
Sonny stared at the broken mirror for a few moments, then said through gritted teeth,
I value all my friends, you bastard. Affection is not something you can assign a numerical value to, and then compare which number is bigger. Well, you wouldn't know, I guess. Not only do you care about no one has most likely ever cared about you either.
He took a step forward and stared directly at his reflection.
You like to talk big, Mordred, and you make it seem as if I should be afraid of you. But that is true the other way around, too. I can be scary when I want to, too. Think long and hard before making me your enemy, or you will learn to fear the shadows.
Mordred stopped laughing and looked at him silently for a few long moments. His smile slowly disappeared. After a few moments of silence, the Prince of Nothing sighed.
We understand each other then. Let's not become enemies, Sunless. Crushing you won't bring me any joy.
With that, he disappeared, as if he had never been there. The reflection still looked the same, but the alien presence seemed to be gone from it. All that remained was a broken, distorted, angry image of Sonny. He grimaced and then turned away.
We'll see who crushes whom, bastard. If the time comes,
he thought. After returning to the dancing hall, Sonny saw it in a new light. His perception had shifted, making everything seem darker and more dangerous. He had already been apprehensive about the crowd of guests, but now every one of them looked like a potential threat. Mordred might have said that he was not planning to do anything and had just come to take a look. But could the banished prince be trusted? As far as Sonny was concerned, the lunatic could have been on his way to publicly assassinate one of his relatives, or slaughter as many as he could right now. Or much worse, he could be hiding inside of anyone. Every guest was a potential host. Every mundane human, every awakened, every master. None of them were beyond suspicion. Even saints were not off the list, perhaps. Sonny suppressed a groan.
Curse it all.
There were two carriers of divine aspects in the world that had made it their life's goal to destroy the great clan Valor at all costs. And now, both of them were in this building. Even if nothing happened, the threat alone made him itchy. The great hall where dozens of beautiful pairs danced suddenly did not look as splendid. Turning around, Sonny looked at Nephis, lingered for a few moments, and then walked in her direction with steady steps. As he came close, he offered her a hand and asked,
"Shall we dance?"
Nephis looked at him in confusion for a couple of seconds, then shrugged and placed her hand in his. Together, they walked to the middle of the hall. Sonny put his second hand on her waist, while she put hers on his shoulder. Suddenly, they were extremely close to each other. Sonny's heart skipped a beat. Without wasting any time, Sonny led Neph into a dance. It wasn't too hard. He just had to listen to the music and repeat what the other dancers were doing. With his proficiency in shadow dance, understanding the logic and cadence of their movements was incredibly easy for him. Although Sunny was dancing for the first time in his life, he looked more comfortable and adept at it than most of the guests. Changing Star seemed like a natural too. Perhaps it was due to her own combat mastery, or perhaps she had received lessons as an heiress of a legacy clan. In any case, almost instantly after they started the dance, the pair caught a lot of admiring stares. Sunny did not care. He had much bigger problems on his mind. Trying not to let her closeness affect him too much, and failing at it, he waited for a bit and gathered his thoughts. Finally, Sunny said, his voice drowned by the music and the hum of the great hall,
I've been meaning to ask.
The time to hide his head in the sand was over. Nephis silently raised an eyebrow, prompting him to continue.
What exactly are you planning to do today? You know that Valor won't take no for an answer. They want to have all of us. But if that is not possible, they'll only settle for getting at least one. That way, they'll be assured that the rest of us won't join a rival faction. So which one of us is going to become a retainer of the great clan Valor?
Changing Star lingered for a while, allowing him to lead her in the dance. Her hand rested easily on his shoulder. After a few steps, she suddenly asked,
You don't really understand, do you?
Sunny did not frown, but his eyes suddenly became darker.
I don't? What is it that you think I don't understand?
A somber expression slowly appeared on her face.
Valor and Song are not rival factions, Sunny. They're war camps.
As they spun under the light of beautiful chandeliers, she leaned even closer and said,
I've studied the facts for a long time after returning to the waking world. The ripples caused by the death of Saint Cormac, the subtle machinations that happen in the darkness, the growing imbalance of power between Bastion and Ravenheart, even the timing of Shan challenging the second nightmare. It all paints a clear picture.
A slight scowl appeared on Sunny's face.
What are you trying to say?
Nephis sighed.
I am trying to make you see that the conflict between the great clans has been growing into something more than mere disagreement. They are at war, or rather, they will be soon.
Sunny felt her hand growing tense on his own.
War? Wait, what does a war between great clans even look like?
The Changing Star shook her head.
Something like that has never happened before, so who knows? 3 things are certain, however. It will be hidden, it will be bloody, it will claim the lives of many people.
He suddenly felt cold.
Damned legacies. Antarctica is about to fall and they choose that exact moment to lunge at each other's throats? Bastards.
Sunny remained silent for several steps, and then looked at Nephis intently.
All right, but what does that have to do with us?
She suddenly gripped his shoulder tighter and met his gaze. Cold, dangerous white sparks were dancing in her eyes.
Don't you see? It has everything to do with us.
Sunny stopped himself from snarling.
I don't. Nephis, whether the great clans are embroiled into a secret war or not, does not change anything. You are still too small and weak to openly oppose them. Please tell me that you understand that. You were the one who said that these people are too strong, that their power is too absolute.
Changing Star stared at him for a while, her face turning impassive. After a few moments of silence, she said,
I remember. I understand.
She looked down and then added,
Which is why the answer to your question might not be what you want to hear, Sunny. You asked me which one of us will become a member of the great clan.
Nephis raised her head and looked him straight in the eyes. Then she said evenly,
It is me. I will join Valor.
When Sunny heard what Nephis had to say, he almost stepped on her foot. His rhythm was broken, making it difficult to remain in the flow of the dance. He narrowly avoided stumbling, regained his composure, and threw a burning gaze at her.
What?
Her expression did not change.
You heard me.
Sunny opened his mouth, lingered for a moment, then simply turned around and pulled her by the hand. Despite the fact that many people stared at the sudden turn of events, he cut through the dancing guests, forcing Nephis to follow. They left the middle of the great hall and then disappeared from the central chamber entirely. Finding himself in a corridor that ran along the length of the dancing hall, Sunny walked swiftly, searching for an empty room. Eventually, he had to settle for a kitchen of sorts. Several chefs and their assistants were busy preparing more refreshments for the guests of the ball, or rather, they had been. Even before Sunny entered the room, the shadows inside suddenly moved and grew darker, startling the kitchen staff. Throwing a heavy glance at them, he said in an even tone,
Leave.
The chefs stared at the two masters in confusion for a couple of moments, then silently backed away and left through a different door, their faces pale. Sunny and Nephis were left alone. He waited for a bit, then let go of her hand and outstretched his own. A strange flute carved of emerald bone appeared in it from a swirl of sparks. Sunny brought it to his lips and blew into the hole. Surprisingly, no sound came out of the flute. Instead, it seemed to have absorbed all sounds, enveloping them in a cone of silence. Now, no one would have been able to listen in on their conversations. Sunny's shadows also kept watch outside the kitchen just to make sure. Finally, he turned to Nephis and snarled,
You joined Valor? What the hell?
Changing Star sighed, then took a step back and leaned on the wall. Then she spoke in her usual calm, steady voice.
Why are you so surprised?
Sunny stared at her in stunned silence. Then he shook his head.
What about your great goals? After all the crazy stunts you pulled, after all that talk about wishing to bring the three ghouls to their knees and destroy them, you were just going to join them?
Neff's eyes grew somber.
My plans did not change, Sunny.
He frowned.
So you are going to destroy Valor, but you are also going to become one of their own? Don't you see the contradiction?
She looked at him intensely, then said with boiling but suppressed emotion in her voice,
There is no contradiction. On the contrary, this is the only way I can advance my goals.
Nephis took a step forward and pierced him with a searing gaze.
The Sovereigns are indeed too strong. Their power is indeed too fearsome, and I am truly too weak to contend with them for now. However, they will fall by my hand in the end. Did you hope that 2 years of being lost in the dream realm would have dulled my resolve? Did you think that I would give up?
Sunny shook his head with a dark expression. Changing Star smiled.
No, my resolve was only made sharper. I spent so many days and so many nights thinking about how to move forward and bring these old monsters down. It was not too hard to realize that if my own strength is not enough, I have to borrow it from someone else. Whose strength should I borrow then? But that is so obvious. If the Sovereigns are so powerful, why would I not use their own power to destroy them?
Sunny blinked slowly.
So, divide and conquer? This is your great plan?
Nephis shrugged.
They are already divided. I have to thank you for that, by the way. Although the conflict between Valor and Song had been brewing for a long time, the sudden appearance of the Dreamer army made it worse. But most of all, the death of Saint Cormac and the return of the banished Prince of War was what finally made it intolerable for the great clans.
He scowled. What? What does Mordred have to do with any of this? Changing Star smiled darkly.
He is in the same position as me, which means that he will do the same thing as me. He would have sought out a way to use one of the sovereigns against the other two.
Sonny's eyes widened. Mordred had a vendetta against his two fathers, both the one who had spawned him and the one who had raised him. That left only one person.
Don't tell me that lunatic is going to join forces with the Song clan.
Nephis nodded with satisfaction.
I would be surprised if he did not already. And if I can come to that conclusion, then that means that Valor knows as well. Why do you think that the strife between the two great clans has suddenly grown so dire? Valor has fewer saints. Thanks to Shan, Valor has fewer promising awakened seeds. And now, one of their most formidable creations has joined hands with the adversary. How do you think they'll react?
Sonny looked at her grimly.
Not well.
Changing Star lingered for a few moments, then nodded.
But that is what puts me in a unique position. Yes, I am small and weak. Yes, my individual strength is more or less insignificant. However, because of how disadvantaged the great clan Valor is, they desperately need me. My value in this situation is disproportionate to what it would have been otherwise, which is why they are ready to put aside their desire to see me dead and are willing to embrace me instead.
Sonny scoffed.
That is all great, but why would you want to embrace them too? Wouldn't it be better to stay away and watch as the two great clans maul each other, then swoop in and finish off the weakened victor?
Nephis shook her head.
No matter how much one of the great clans weakens, its armor would still be too strong and impenetrable for me to break through it.
He raised an eyebrow.
So, what?
Changing Star looked at him, cold white flames dancing in her eyes.
So I won't try to. Instead, I'm going to bypass the armor and attack them from within.
Sonny grimaced. What Nephis had said made sense, as much as the word sense could be applied to her. Changing Star wanted to destroy the nightmare spell, and the sovereigns were in her way. Just like Gunlog, the ruthless tyrant of the Bright Castle, they had seemingly given up on pursuing liberation from the spell, and instead settled for the great power that it had already bestowed upon them. What was worse, they were holding others back from rising high enough to threaten their position. At least that was how it looked from below. Perhaps the sovereigns had other reasons for their despotism and inaction, but Sonny had no way of knowing if they did. Not that it mattered to Nephis. To her, they were simply an obstacle that had to be destroyed. Her personal desire to avenge the Immortal Flame Clan and bring retribution to those who had betrayed her father only made the task sweeter. However, her enemies were much too strong. She would only be able to challenge them if she became supreme herself. But the path to supremacy was guarded by the very people she needed to destroy. Faced with this dead end, she had to decide to use the Sovereign's own power to vanquish them. She also wanted to infiltrate the ranks of her enemy and put herself in a position to attack one of the great clans from within when the time came. Sonny let out a heavy sigh.
Oh, so let me get this straight. You are going to join Clan Valor, fight for them until Clan Song is destroyed to earn Anvil's trust, then turn your blade against him.
Nephis lingered for a few moments, then shrugged.
More or less. Why?
He rubbed his face.
This is a terrible plan. There are more holes in this plan than in Swiss cheese. Who says that Valor will win this war? Who says that Anvil will ever treat you as anything but a latent threat? Do you think that he is a fool? Surely he knows how much you have to hate his guts.
Changing Star looked at him calmly.
I do. I say who wins. I say whether he trusts me or not. It all depends on me, doesn't it? If I want the Great Clan Song to fall, I have to make sure that it falls. If I want to win Anvil's favor, I have to make sure that he favors me. I am not a passive observer in this, Sonny. I have the agency to shape the future into what I want it to be, or at least try to. Sure, the chances of success are poor, but when were the odds ever on our side?
Sonny scoffed, then shook his head.
I'll give you that. Our luck was always terrible. However, there is a difference between being thrown into overwhelming danger against your will and deciding to put yourself at risk of your own volition. Unlike before, we don't have to be underdogs. You are choosing this.
Nephis shook her head as well.
That is where you are wrong, Sonny. Do you really think that I have any choice? Do you think that I can turn back now? That the Sovereigns will ever let me be? No, it is too late for that. It is as you said. Valor are determined to have their pound of flesh. All I can choose is where they sink their teeth.
He glared at her for a few moments, then spat.
Aren't you forgetting something?
Looking at him, Changing Star frowned.
What?
Sonny took a step forward.
Me. You're forgetting me. I have a say in this too, goddammit.
She remained silent for a while. Eventually, Nephis said,
I am not forcing you to do anything. You don't have to follow me to Valor if you don't wish to.
A crooked smile appeared on his face.
Oh, great. But is this really true? There's a certain bond between us, after all? I am only free to do as I wish until you decide otherwise. Who knows if your mood will change one day?
Neff stared at him for a few long seconds. Then, she sighed and crossed her arms.
So this is what it's all about.
Sonny gritted his teeth, then said slowly,
Since we are talking about it, let's talk. This conversation was a long time coming. So, Nephis, tell me, what are you going to do with your power over me?
Her face remained impassive. Neff looked at him coldly for a moment, and then said,
Nothing. I will never order you to do something for me, ever again.
Sonny was already opening his mouth to retort before she finished speaking, but then froze. He stood still for a few moments, then let out a long breath.
Well, good. Because if you ever tried, one of us would have died. That's not a threat, just a fact.
Suddenly, white sparks ignited in Changing Star's eyes. She leaned forward slightly and said, her voice full of barely suppressed emotion,
And you know why?
Suddenly feeling a sense of unease, Sonny frowned.
No, I can't say that I do. Why?
She took a step forward and stopped in front of him, almost as close as they had been during their dance. Her face was still, but her eyes were full of searing flame.
Because I don't need anyone to follow me against their will. I don't need a magical collar to make people serve me. I don't need slaves. That is not enough for me, Sonny. Why should I settle for submission when I can have loyalty? People who will follow me, serve me, and obey me will do so because that is their most ardent desire. They will do so with a smile. If I ever want to make you mine, Sonny, you will become mine. Not because you were forced to, but because you would want to. That is also a fact. He stared at her for a few moments, startled by the sudden intensity of her words. Then, a stubborn expression appeared on his face. Aren't you too full of yourself? Who do you think you are to decide what I want? Nephis looked at him, then turned away and sighed. I am the person who knows you best in the world, Sonny. 2 worlds, even. She lingered for a few moments, and then added quietly, As I said, I will never force you to do anything. But whether you like it or not, our fates are intertwined, and that bond has nothing to do with your innate ability. In truth, they were entangled the moment we met, in front of the Academy gates. We just did not know it yet. You can't escape it. Can't escape fate? Sonny looked at Nephis for a long time, and then smiled darkly. Watch me. With that, he dismissed the bone flute, turned around, and left the kitchen. Entering the corridor, Sonny walked away. His nostrils were flaring, and his face was contorted by an expression of anger. As he walked, he took out his communicator and dialed a familiar number. After some time, a female voice resounded from the speaker.
Sonny, what a nice surprise. It's good to hear from you.
He hesitated for a few moments, and then took a deep breath. Then, Sonny smiled and answered in a friendly tone. Master Jet. Hey, I have a question for you. He paused for a second, and then asked, How cold is it in Antarctica? Sonny was riled and angry. Once again, talking to Nephis made him lose his sense of balance. However, the decision he made was not an emotional one. He had enough composure to keep a clear head, even while being affected by seething feelings. Years of battles and dire conflicts had taught him how to keep a cool head. So, his choice was cold and calculated. 2 things had become clear during the conversation. The first one was straightforward. Nephis intended to join the great clan Valor, while Sonny didn't want to have anything to do with it. It was one thing to become a retainer of a powerful and prosperous clan, to use its vast knowledge, arsenal, and resources. Despite his strong desire to remain independent, Sonny had entertained the idea himself. However, joining an embattled clan on the verge of entering a destructive and bloody war against a similarly fearsome adversary was completely different. To add insult to injury, Valor was on the losing end of the equation. Their enemy, the great clan Song, held all the advantages. And even worse than that was the idea of joining a warring faction with conspicuous plans of betraying it further down the line. Nephis was more than willing to eventually face not one, but both great clans in battle. She had her goals and convictions, but Sonny just wanted to be left alone. He saw no reason to follow her into the Dragon's Maw. More than that, with her joining Valor, the initial condition that had forced him into the damned negotiations in the first place was resolved. Since Valor was willing to settle for recruiting just one member of the cohort, and Changing Star was willing to play the role of the recruit, then why the hell would he follow suit? In short,
Despite all the contradictory feelings raging in Sonny's heart, the situation was rather straightforward. There was no compelling reason for him to enter into service of the great clan, but there was a convenient opportunity for him to take a step back and walk away. He would be a fool not to use it. Of course, in reality, things were a bit more complicated. What Changing Star had said might have angered him, but she was not wrong. Their fates did indeed seem to be intertwined. From being born in the same year to receiving divine and complementing aspects, from meeting at the gates of the academy to being sent to the same small patch of the Forgotten Shore, whether by coincidence or not, their connection went far beyond the tether of the shadow bond. Sonny had a strong suspicion that his intrinsic attribute, fated, had a lot to do with placing Nephis in his path. And as much as Sonny wished to defy fate, he was not arrogant enough to think that he was ready to break its chains just yet. He could already see how, no matter what he did, he would not be able to escape colliding against Changing Star again. She had been right when she said that escaping the notice of the great clans entirely was impossible for them. More so for her, but also true for Sonny. With his meteoric rise, his special strategic asset designation, and his connection to both Nephis and Mordret, not to mention Shadow God and Weaver, coming into contact with the sovereigns and their domains was just a matter of time. Even if Neph joined Valor and Sonny did not, they would most likely meet again soon enough. The question, then, was more about the nature of their future relationship than whether it would exist or not. So what could Sonny do to shape it into something that had a semblance of corresponding to his desires? Perhaps the most important revelation that had resulted from their conversation was the nature of Neph's intentions towards Sonny and her power over him. Sonny had spent several weeks burying his head in the sand and avoiding this pivotal discussion. As a result, those weeks had been perhaps some of the nicest in his life. However, his actions also caused everything to blow up in his face in the end. Nephis had said in certain terms that she had no intention of ever issuing another order to him, not because of any moral consideration, but simply because it was beneath her. Changing Star did not need an unwilling slave. She disdained the idea of forcing anyone to obey her. Instead, she planned to have people follow her of their own free will. Instead of enslaving anyone, she preferred to have people enslave and bind themselves by their desire to serve her. Neph had told him that she would never force him to do anything, but she also seemed to be certain that he would follow her willingly in the end. And that, to Sonny, was the core problem of the dynamic between them. He believed that Nephis valued him. She even respected him. But despite all that, she still saw him as a follower. And a follower could never be an equal.
Damn it.
He cursed. Worst of all, her stance was not baseless. Sonny couldn't help but think back to his conversation with Effie. The Huntress had told him once that he would never be stronger than Changing Star, because Changing Star had something that he lacked: conviction. Sonny had been tempted to dismiss her well-meant but biting remark. However, he could not dismiss the fact that despite all his desperate attempts, despite him almost killing himself several times to catch up to Nephis, there was still a noticeable gap in power and accomplishment between them. He did not think that he lacked determination. Gods knew that very few people had pushed themselves as hard and endured as much as he had. But his last conversation with Changing Star had finally given Sonny an inkling of what it was exactly that he lacked. As far as Sonny saw it, his determination was no less intense than Neph's. However, all his goals were internal.
All he did was react to things. He did not strive to reach anything. Instead, he only strived to avoid and get away from things. Get away from danger, from poverty, from fate itself. He had always been reactive. Neff, on the contrary, had always been active. She had always pursued a goal that was larger than herself. As a result, her conviction pushes her forward like an external force, while Sonny is stuck, trying to pull himself up with nothing to propel himself forward. That was why he was destined to always lag. Selfish desire to attain material wealth and live free would never be able to push him as hard and as far as Changing Star's insane and unattainable dream was pushing her. At least, that was his current thinking. Maybe it was all senseless crap. In any case, Sonny was determined to try and find an equally powerful motivation. Either it would help him or not. However, no matter what happened, he was not satisfied with being seen as a valued follower instead of an equal. He was still determined to grow stronger, much stronger, and if conviction was what it took to speed up his progress, he was willing to give it a try. Where was one supposed to find conviction, though? Sonny was sure that attempting to save hundreds of millions of people in Antarctica was a good place to start. That was where he was going to go in search of true strength. A couple of days later, Sonny was staring at his living room with a strange expression on his face. Everything had already been settled. He was leaving on another long expedition, this time in the waking world instead of the dream realm. Somehow, it promised to be even more of a nightmare.
Well, whatever,
he thought to himself. High matters of fate and conviction aside, Antarctica was still a perfect place for him to grow stronger. Now that Sonny was a master, it was not as easy for him to gather shadow fragments. Only fallen nightmare creatures and those more powerful would do. Finding swarms of them was a task in and of itself, and the southern quadrant that was about to be devoured by an endless horde of abominations offered a perfect opportunity. Not only would he be able to work toward becoming a tyrant, test his mettle, and sharpen his skill, but there would also be plenty of soul shards for him to collect, which he needed to continue practicing weaving. So, Sonny was supposed to be gathering his things and preparing to leave. The thing was that he had already done that before the ball, just in case he would have to run away in haste. Sonny had prepared so thoroughly that he could just walk out of the door and disappear right now.
Weird.
He sighed and then checked the refrigerator again, just to make sure that he did not leave anything that could spoil there.
Nope. All clean.
His communicator vibrated and then displayed a notification. The title of a network article appeared in view. Breaking news. A young hero is adopted by the brother-in-arms of her late father. Changing Star joins hands with the great clan Valor. The corner of his mouth twitched. At that moment, the door opened, letting in Effie and Kai. The two looked around, noticing the condition of the house. A few moments later, the huntress shook her head.
Damn, you are really leaving?
Sonny closed the refrigerator, then walked over and patted her on the shoulder.
I am.
Effie stared at him for a couple of moments, then sighed.
And you're still not going to tell us where?
He smiled.
I'm not at liberty to say. Don't worry, though. You'll probably learn about it in a month.
She blinked.
What's that supposed to mean?
Sonny waved a hand.
It just means that you'll know soon.
Effie remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged with irritation.
Well, all right.
Be that way then. Sonny hesitated for a bit. Finally, he asked,
What about you? And the others?
This time it was Kai who answered.
You must have already seen the news. It hasn't been officially announced yet, but a thing like that is hard to keep secret. Nephis is being adopted by Clan Valor. Cassia and the Firekeepers will follow her as retainers. As for Effie and I, well, to be honest, we haven't decided yet.
Sonny glanced at his friends with a somber expression.
What are you guys thinking?
Effie leaned on the wall and grimaced.
I don't know. I was always thinking about becoming a master, but weirdly, I never really thought about what I would do after. Those pompous Valor folks rub me the wrong way, but they do have a lot to offer. Plus, pretty much everyone I know is with them now.
Kai smiled weakly and said,
I am even more lost. I didn't even have thoughts of becoming a master. Now that I am, I want to do some good, I guess. It's just hard to determine what is the best way to do it.
Sonny lingered for a few moments. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips.
Well, don't be in a rush to make a decision. Wait for April at least.
It was February right now. By April, the collapse of Antarctica would be slowly starting, and the government would have already announced voluntary mobilization. Sonny had wanted to tell his friends about the approaching disaster, but Master Jet insisted on keeping it confidential for now. He was not sure that Effie and Kai would want to go there anyway. The two of them, meanwhile, glanced at each other. Then Kai cautiously asked,
Does it have anything to do with your sudden departure?
Sonny nodded and answered,
It does. Don't ask anything else, though, or you'll put me in an awkward position.
Neither of them did, respecting his request. A strange silence settled between them. Finally, Sonny scoffed.
What are you guys doing? It's not like we're saying goodbye. I'm still anchored at the Ivory Tower, you fools. I can always hop in the Dream Realm and meet you there.
Kai scratched the back of his head.
Oh yeah, true. I didn't even think about that.
Sonny shook his head.
Same goes for Nephis and Cassia since they're not planning to move to Bastion yet. We might not be an active cohort anymore, but we're still a big dysfunctional family of sorts. I can guarantee that you won't miss me. In fact, you'll probably wish that I appeared in front of your faces less often.
He grinned and then gestured to the door.
In any case, thanks for dropping by, but now I really have to go. I'm on a bit of a schedule.
He walked them outside, then watched as they boarded a PTV and left. There were no emotional goodbyes, since what he had said was true. They would all be seeing each other in the Dream Realm often, no matter where they were in the waking world. So that meant that he had one last thing to do. Sonny sealed the house by inputting a security code into the lock panel, looked at it one last time, and walked to one of the neighboring buildings. He took out his communicator, sent a short message, and then waited for a bit. A minute later, a slightly surprised teenage girl walked out onto the porch wearing cozy home clothes.
Sonny? Why are you here? We're not supposed to have a lesson today.
He smiled and then pointed to the backpack that hung from his shoulder.
Hey, Rain. I just came by to say that I'll be going away again. This time it might take a bit longer for me to return.
Her expression subtly changed.
Oh.
She remained silent for a while, then asked in a guarded, tentative voice,
Is it going to be dangerous again?
Sonny shrugged with a carefree expression.
Dangerous? Well, I guess. I'm pretty certain that I can handle it, though. I'm a pretty tough guy. So, don't worry.
He sighed and then added,
Plus, I am staying in the real world this time. You can message me whenever. The network connection is going to be patchy where I'm going, so I might not be able to answer immediately. But I will, eventually, though. That's a promise.
Finally, she relaxed a little.
Really? That's great.
He nodded. After hesitating for a few moments, Sonny took a step closer and said,
You are going to turn 16 in a couple of months, Rain. That means that you have to be ready. You might be chosen by the spell, or you might not. In any case, I think that you are sufficiently prepared.
He fell silent for a bit, and then added,
I taught you as much as I could. The rest depends on you. Keep practicing with your sword. Keep sharpening your mind as well. Most importantly, keep working on your mentality.
Rain looked at him and nodded seriously.
I will.
She did not notice that something strange had happened in the spot where their shadows intersected. A massive dark silhouette that resembled a Stygian serpent flowed from Sonny's shadow, then hid itself in hers. Sonny had invoked one of Soul Serpent's abilities, the Grace of Shadows ability. The master of the Soul Serpent can grace another with the trust and companionship of their shadow guide. One should be careful whom they bestow with their grace. Entrusting others with the loyalty of shadows is the same as sharing one's soul, and thus should not be offered lightly. He could not give Rain any memories. Neither could he give her any echoes. Rain did not possess an aspect or a soul core to encompass them. She certainly did not possess a shadow core to receive one of his shadows. But Serpent was different. Grace of Shadows allowed it to accompany anyone who had a shadow, including a mundane human. So, Sonny transferred the serpent to Rain and commanded it to hide itself unless the girl was in mortal danger. With the help of an ascended devil, she would be able to survive anything. Sonny knew that by providing Rain with his handicap, he might have been stunting her own growth, but he did not care. His sister did not have to grow strong or die. He was more than capable of being strong for the both of them. Looking at her, he smiled.
Well, anyway, don't be a stranger. If you need advice, just message me. You're my only student after all, so if you suddenly die, my reputation will be ruined. No one will ever hire me as a tutor again.
Rain glared at him for a moment, then scoffed.
Why would I die? I'm too smart for that. You, however, make sure not to die yourself. I won't be able to brag that my tutor is a master if you're dead.
Sonny grinned, then waved at her and turned away. It was time to leave the city where he had grown up. Once again. Sonny had never thought that he would leave the city one day. He had barely ever thought that there was anything beyond the city, actually. More than that, for him, the city proper itself had always seemed like an alien land. His whole world used to start and end with the outskirts. Tens of millions of people who lived in the outskirts had a very special relationship with the wilderness beyond. They spent their lives much closer to it than real citizens, and were not separated from it by the tall barrier walls that encompassed powerful air filters. On one hand, it made them more attuned to the existence of the outside. On the other hand, they associated the outside with death, disease, and starvation on a much more visceral level. To them, the wilderness meant death, in a very practical sense of the word, as opposed to distant and purely theoretical.
That was why Sonny felt very weird as he stared at the train that was supposed to take him to the rendezvous point where Master Jet was supposed to meet him. The long-range transcontinental train did not look anything like the light intracity ones that Sonny was familiar with. It resembled a massive, heavily armored metal beast that stretched for hundreds and hundreds of meters, its long body composed of various bulky segments. There were passenger carriages, massive cargo carriages, various utility carriages, and even a mobile repair and fabrication unit capable of restoring damaged sections of the railway should the train encounter any hindrances on the way. Rows of large caliber turrets, automated cannons, and gun emplacements rose from the roof, manned by the railroad technicians and security officers. It was a fearsome moving fortress. Anything less would not have been reliably safe, considering that the government rarely paid attention to the nightmare gates that opened away from population centers. Sonny studied the train curiously for a while, then went ahead and found the carriage he was assigned to. As a master, he was entitled to ride in the lavishly furnished car meant for high-ranking citizens, government officials, and members of legacy clans. He also got a whole cabin to himself. The cabin was comparable in size to his room at the academy, but much better stocked and equipped. Sonny threw his backpack on a shelf and sat down near the window, enjoying the softness of an expensive-looking armchair. A strange expression appeared on his face.
Well, as far as wars go, this one is weirdly opulent so far.
Of course, he was sure that these luxurious conditions would not last long. No one had bothered him until the train started to move. Slowly at first, then faster and faster. Soon, the familiar sights of the city and the outskirts flew by, and the great metal beast finally escaped into the wilderness. Sonny felt the solemn mood overcome his senses. Despite spending years of his life in the much more wild and untouched reaches of the dream realm, he somehow felt as if he was stepping outside human civilization for the first time. He held his breath as the various human-built structures disappeared behind. However, the actual landscape of his world did not make any impression on him. It was just sort of boring. The wild expanse of the northern quadrant mostly looked like a desolate, empty place. It was almost entirely made of mud and snow. Whatever flora still clung to life in the barren soil looked sickly and dull. The sky was heavy and gray, and the air was slightly hazy. Apart from occasional skeletal carcasses of dead nightmare creatures or rusty wrecks left behind from the times of human wars, there was nothing much to look at. Sonny sighed.
What a waste,
he thought. The waking world was not entirely uninhabitable, but it was certainly inhospitable to the species that had once populated every corner. Maybe Effie had been right, back when they spoke in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City. He stared through the window for some time, then stood up and walked to a narrow bed, deciding to go to sleep early. This was probably going to be his last opportunity to rest well for a long, long time. It would have been a shame to let the opportunity go. Burying his face in a soft pillow, Sonny closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. At some point during the night, he was awakened by strange vibrations spreading through the frame of the train. Looking up, he saw pale flashes of light outside the window and heard distant, muffled pounding. The turrets on the locomotive and front carriages of the train were firing. Since none of his shadows, which were standing watch, seemed alarmed, Sonny sighed, turned to his other side, and closed his eyes again. Soon, he was back to sleep. He dreamt of ice and darkness. In the morning, The train was moving forward as if nothing had happened. Sonny had expected as much, so he wasn't surprised. After freshening up in the small bedroom attached to the cabin, he walked over to the dining car and had a scrumptious breakfast. The cooking could not compete with the instructor's cafeteria at the academy, of course, but it was decent enough. As he ate, Sonny studied the other people present in the carriage. Most of them were government officers and had a military bearing. A few of them were awakened and gave him respectful nods. Even though nothing about Sonny revealed that he was a master, they were able to sense it. Most of these people were probably traveling south for the same reason that he was. They were going to Antarctica as well. So the mood in the dining car was somber. No one talked very much, and those who did kept their voices low. Sonny doubted that all the participants of the massive operation knew the full scope of the disaster that was approaching the southern quadrant. In fact, he was willing to bet that very few were as well informed as he was. More than that, none of them probably had as much battle experience as he had. If they understood the real horror of what was about to come, they wouldn't be so calm. He did not really know how to feel about that. The next morning, the armored train finally reached its destination. Sonny disembarked from the lavish carriage and froze for a moment, staring at the endless gray expanse of restless waves. In front of him was the sea. As Sonny already knew, water was the optimal way of transporting cargo and people across vast distances. Human civilization has always made use of this property to its benefit. The earliest paths of trade and cultural exchange, and therefore progress, were situated along great rivers and later shifted to seas and oceans. That led to many prominent civilization centers being situated along various coasts. However, humanity regretted that fact dearly when the water slowly crawled forward and devoured all those beautiful, important cities. Even worse, once the nightmare spell appeared, seas and oceans became infested by terrifying nightmare creatures. For that reason, very few populous settlements were situated near water. The further inland they were, the better. Humans still needed to make use of the convenience that only the ocean could provide, though. For that reason, there were many fortified ports in each quadrant. Sonny was looking at one such port. Even after experiencing the dread and grandeur of the Forgotten Shore and the Chained Isles, he could not help but feel a bit of awe. The port itself looked like an unassailable fortress, with tall walls rising from the water and various fortifications protruding far into the bleak waves. Colossal cannons were aimed at the horizon, ready to bring down hell on anything that would dare to approach the crowded harbor. Various Spell-Tech defensive measures brimmed with energy. He did not doubt that even more were hidden underwater. Much more impressive than the port itself, however, were the ships. Sonny froze when he saw them. Around 40 metal leviathans were anchored along the shore, each more than a kilometer long and as tall as a castle. Their hulls bore such thick and heavy armor that it seemed strange for these mountains of steel to stay afloat. Some seemed shiny and new, but most bore deep, giant, ugly scars. Many armor plates were bent and corroded, while some were deformed by some unknown titanic blows. Each ship possessed a plethora of armaments, ranging from heavy artillery cannons to rapid-fire anti-air guns and snub-nosed mortars. Rows of rockets, missiles, and torpedoes could be seen in the hidden nests. The main cannons seemed especially fearsome, most of them resembling oversized railguns that stretched the whole lengths of the vessels. Each of the railguns was capable of propelling a heavy kinetic round with such ferocious speed that barely any human structure would have been able to survive the impact. Maybe not even a whole district would. The ships rested on the water like slumbering giants. Looking at them, Sonny couldn't help but shiver. Humanity was accustomed to regard the Awakened as their most deadly weapon, so it was easy to forget how mighty and destructive mundane people could be with the help of the right technology. Sadly, the technology grew less and less reliable against nightmare creatures of higher ranks. Fallen abominations could more or less shrug off the most devastating of bombardments, while corrupted ones were capable of surviving nuclear blasts. Science couldn't explain the principles at work in these instances, but plenty of empirical evidence had been gathered to ruinous results during the early days of the nightmare spell. So despite how impressive the 40 steel leviathans looked, Sonny knew that the ships were not enough to brave the ocean, unless they were complemented by awakened fighters and guided by a Nightwalker navigator. Even those floating juggernauts weren't capable of surviving the journey to a different quadrant. Still, Sonny couldn't help but admire the silent majesty of them.
One thing is certain, that the train is nothing, as it turns out,
he thought to himself. As he stared at the fleet, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him.
Hey, Sonny. Welcome to our small port.
He turned his head slowly. Master Jet had not changed much. She was still the same, confident, beautiful, with raven black hair and cold, icy blue eyes. Her usual uniform was gone, though, replaced by a deep blue military trench coat. There was a satisfied smile on her lips. The crowd of people parted as she walked closer and glanced at the anchored ships.
Impressive, aren't they?
Sonny lingered for a moment, then nodded.
Yeah, now that I see them, I'm starting to understand how we're going to evacuate 800 million people from Antarctica.
Soul Reaper shook her head.
Don't be so sure. This is just one of the several convoys that are going to sail to the southern quadrant. They are going to deliver the first evacuation army to Antarctica, load up a few millions of refugees, and sail back. If everything goes well, by the time the ships return, the mobilization would have already started. The fleets will bring us reinforcements, take more civilians aboard, and repeat the process as many times as it takes.
She sighed.
Of course, there's more or less zero chance that everything will go well. Even if it does, it will take us at least a year to gather everyone. If we are still alive by then. Who knows? Maybe we will all be overwhelmed and devoured by abominations in the first few months.
Sonny glanced sideways at her, his expression bleak.
You really know how to raise morale, you know?
Master Jet grinned.
Don't be so serious. In any case, I'm really glad that you decided to join the party, Sonny. I really need someone who I can trust by my side. Don't get me wrong, my other subordinates are all honorable and accomplished warriors, but they're not you.
He blinked a couple of times.
I didn't know I was so special.
She looked at him, then shrugged and started walking away, prompting Sonny to follow.
It takes a certain kind of person to face the very depths of despair and still continue to fight. You are one such person, Sonny.
Soul Reaper glanced at him, then added in a voice that was devoid of any humor.
And we will all experience a lot of despair in the coming months. I have a feeling.
Master Jet led him to an armored military PTV that stood a few meters away from the crowded platform. It seemed that vehicle access to this part of the station was heavily restricted, but she paid it no attention. Apparently, her rank and status trumped some of the rules. The PTV itself was very different from the civilian models Sonny was accustomed to, as well as the heavier police cruiser he had ridden on occasion in the past. It was much more robust and angular, weighed down by several layers of composite armor. and entirely grounded. Even if the vehicle possessed limited levitation ability, it was perfectly capable of traversing natural terrain on its own. As they entered the cabin, towering humanoid loader robots moved in to unload cargo from the train. Piloted by servicemen who could be seen in the open cockpits, the crude exoskeleton platforms were devoid of armor and failed to reach the smoothness of motion, scale, and sophistication of their military siblings, but were more than enough to perform various labor-intensive utility tasks. The PTV roared to life, startling Sunny. It seemed that the distinctions from civilian models were even more pronounced below the surface. The systems propelling the vehicle forward were entirely different, producing much more noise and vibrations, but also raw power. The PTV shot forward, narrowly avoiding several barriers before reaching the primitive cement road that led to the port. As they came closer and closer to the naval fortress, Sunny was able to study the swarm of activity boiling all around it. Currently, the port has become a staging ground for a much greater force than it was designed to accommodate. Thousands upon thousands of government servants and soldiers were busy with frantic preparations for the approaching deployment. Numerous recently assembled prefab buildings stood in neat squares, some meant to provide the personnel of the 1st Evacuation Army with a temporary place to live, some serving as storage depots, production hubs, training facilities, field hospitals, and so on. A lot of heavy machinery was constantly moving between these squares, either transporting cargo or participating in the disassembly of various structures. Despite the impressive scope of the military camp, its makeshift and transient nature was apparent to the naked eye. The army was already busy deconstructing many of the buildings to move their components to the holds of the 40 battleships. Thousands of humans swarmed the camp like ants. Sunny saw a lot of non-combatant servicemen hurrying to accomplish their tasks, as well as plenty of soldiers busy with training exercises and drills. Some of them were awakened, but most were mundane humans. There were all types of specialist units in view: engineering corps, mechanized infantry that moved around in fearsome exoskeleton armor suits, artillery vehicle operators, and many more that Sunny could not name. He even saw several mobile war platforms that resembled giant cyclops forged of metal, ranging from 6 to 10 meters in height. These humanoid robots and their pilots left an especially strong impression on him. They were nothing like the primitive loaders he had seen a few minutes ago. Even though Sunny knew that these machines were built and operated by humans, he couldn't shake off the feeling that he was looking at hulking nightmare creatures. Slowly, the scale and scope of the upcoming operation started to dawn on him. Sure, he had known the approximate numbers for a long time, but knowing and seeing were two different things. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then asked in a slightly hoarse voice,
"You said there would be several such convoys?"
Master Jet nodded as she easily controlled the PTV.
Yes, 4 for now. 2 will sail from the northern quadrant, 1 from both the eastern and the western. Each will transport around 100,000 soldiers to Antarctica in the coming month. That will also include around 20,000 awakened and 50 or so masters.
She paused and then added,
If the mobilization goes well, we will eventually have at least 60,000 awakened and anywhere between 100 and 300 masters participating in the evacuation efforts.
Sunny took a deep breath. These numbers, while the amount of mundane humans being sent to Antarctica was much more immense, it was the latter two that gave him pause. 60,000 might not have seemed like much, but it meant that a quarter of all awakened in the world was going to be concentrated on one continent, and that was without even counting those who had already been based in the southern quadrant. The number of masters was even more unbelievable. 300 was more than half of all Ascended alive today. The government was truly pulling out all the stops. But was it going to be enough? Sending so many Awakened to war would also inevitably leave the other 3 quadrants with less protection and their inhabitants more exposed to the vagaries of the nightmare spell. The pressure on the existing infrastructure was bound to increase dramatically after the flood of refugees reached the strongholds of humanity too.
It is all such a mess.
Looking at the thousands of people moving around the temporary camp, Sonny couldn't help but wonder how many of them would be coming back. He had no choice but to wonder if he himself would survive as well. Even though the members of the First Evacuation Army seemed trained and disciplined, he could see hints of fear and uncertainty hidden deep in their eyes. These people might have been dedicated and professional soldiers, but none of them had ever faced the kind of threat they were going to throw themselves against soon. Funnily enough, Sonny, despite his young age and lack of a service record, had come much closer to this kind of warfare and was much better prepared to withstand its horrors than most members of this hastily assembled army. Finally, he felt something that he had not felt even once since learning about the approaching disaster. The weight of responsibility slowly settled on his shoulders. Sonny sighed, and then mentally shook it off.
What nonsense is this?
He looked at Master Jet, lingered for a moment, and then asked,
So, when do I get a dapper uniform?
Once they entered the confines of the port fortress, the human traffic lessened to a considerable degree. However, there were still plenty of people around, all moving with determined haste. Master Jet parked the PTV near a blocky, low building and opened the hatch to exit. Breathing in the cold winter air, she closed her eyes for a moment and then let out a long sigh. After that, Soul Reaper glanced at him with a grin.
Actually, you arrived just on time. The officer roster of our company is more or less full as of a few days ago, so we were about to hold our first briefing. It was supposed to start half an hour ago, but I postponed coming to grab you from the train station.
Sonny raised an eyebrow.
Oh?
Master Jet nodded.
Everyone, more or less, only knows as much as you do, so I'll bring all of you up to speed in one go. Granted, the rest had more time to prepare, not to mention the fact that they had been with the government for years. Don't let those old dogs intimidate you, though.
Sonny smiled.
Do I look like someone who is easily intimidated?
She glanced at him and laughed.
You do. That is one of your advantages as far as I'm concerned. Being underestimated is always a boon.
She walked forward at a brisk pace and said without looking back,
The paperwork can wait for later. We'll get you settled and processed after the briefing. Usually you would not have been allowed anywhere near the classified information without proper clearance and documentation, but these days, proper procedure has taken a back seat to efficiency. Plus, there are very few people who can resist my charm.
Sonny hurried to keep up with Master Jet as they entered the low building. After cutting through several checkpoints without anyone daring to look directly at Soul Reaper, let alone say something about the apparent civilian she was dragging into the guts of the military bunker with her, he understood that her status and reputation truly trampled procedure, at least to a large extent. Not only mundane humans, but even Awakened treated her with fearful respect. Even an occasional master they walked past seemed to give her face. He hesitated, and then asked with curiosity,
Can I ask what, exactly, is your official title in the First Army?
Master Jet glanced at him, then smiled.
Why, I am now Colonel Jet, Senior Officer of the First Awakened Irregular Company of the Northern Quadrant Corps of the Evacuation Army. Kind of a mouthful, huh?
Sonny blinked a couple of times, then reached into his memory of the government force organization and hierarchy. He had studied the topic a bit before leaving the city.
Wait, aren't companies supposed to be commanded by captains? Colonel is 3 or 4 ranks above that. It's just one step away from being a general.
Soul Reaper nodded.
Usually you would be right. However, titles and authority become messy when Awakened are involved. As a rule of thumb, Awakened are 1 rank above what they would have been as mundane soldiers. That's just for normal ones, though. As irregulars, we exist somewhat outside the army hierarchy, so our status was bumped up to reflect that.
Sonny scratched the back of his head.
Outside the hierarchy? What?
He hesitated, then said in a subdued tone,
I am not sure what irregulars means.
She flashed him a smile.
You will in a few minutes.
Together, they entered an elevator that brought them deep underground. Master Jet led him through winding corridors of the military bunker and then pressed the palm of her hand against a complicated biometric lock to open a thick alloy door. Sonny found himself in a spacious chamber that housed a large round table. 5 individuals were already seated around it, quietly waiting for the start of the briefing. When Master Jet entered, they all stood up and saluted her. It was then that Sonny realized that all of them were ascended. 3 of them were men, while the other 2 were women. The oldest master seemed to be nearing his 50s, while the youngest was only slightly older than Soul Reaper. All of them wore serious expressions on their faces and looked at her with somber respect. She waved a hand.
At ease, we are all ascended here. There's no need for ceremony.
The masters hesitated for a few moments, then relaxed and sat down. Master Jet unbuttoned her navy blue trench coat, then threw it on the backrest of an empty chair. Sonny let out a heavy sigh, then made sure to look somewhere else. His cheeks suddenly started to burn for no apparent reason. As it turned out, his superior had dismissed her usual uniform in favor of a tight-fitting black bodysuit. In fact, all the masters present in the room were wearing one. It made sense. People like Sonny and them did not need army-issued armor. They would all be using their memories in the field. A bodysuit like that could easily fit under any type of enchanted armor, so wearing it instead of a uniform was not only more convenient, but also practical. It didn't make it easy on Sonny, though. There were very few places he could rest his eyes without potentially getting into trouble. It was pure torture. Master Jet sat down, prompting him to do the same. As much as Sonny was flustered by the black bodysuits, the rest of the Ascended were similarly confused by his civilian clothes and age. Finally, one of them glanced at Soul Reaper and asked,
Excuse me, ma'am. Who is this young man? Is he your new adjutant?
She glanced at them, remained silent for a moment, and then smiled.
He? Gods, no. This young man is Master Sunless, the latest and final addition to the command structure of the First Irregular Company. He is not only one of the youngest humans in history to reach the rank of an Ascended, but also has a kill count higher than most of you combined. So, give him a warm welcome, I guess.
The 5 Ascended were surprised by such a colorful description, but quickly got over their shock. No one seemed to have doubts about Sonny's credentials, and for a simple reason. There were no weak masters. Every person who had chosen to challenge the Second Nightmare and survived was an elite by definition. So, his rank was the only proof of competence he needed to be accepted by them. That was not to say that these government officers felt threatened by Sonny's accomplishments. All of them were experienced, battle-tested fighter specialists, and they had well-deserved confidence in their own capabilities.
Master Jet looked at them and smiled. Since we have already started, let's get introductions out of the way. Some of you may know each other, while others are relatively new faces. She went down the line, introducing each of the Ascended that were going to serve as the backbone of the First Irregular Company. The oldest among them was a muscular man who seemed to be in his late 40s or early 50s. Of course, as an Ascended, he looked incredibly well for his age. Master Randall was mature and grizzled, with gray hair and a full beard that perfectly suited his chiseled masculine face. The black bodysuit lay snug against his well-pronounced muscles. Everything about the man told that he was a seasoned, consummate soldier. His presence was solid and steady. Master Randall might have not fought side by side with the members of the first generation when the spell had appeared, but due to his age, he most likely witnessed its descent as a child. His well of experience was of great benefit to the company. In fact, one would have expected him to be in charge instead of Soul Reaper. However, even if the man had any thoughts about that matter, he did not let them show. The gorgeous woman sitting next to him stood out among the group of masters due to her good-natured, friendly demeanor. Ascended Jessie looked almost like the opposite of Master Jet. She had straw blonde hair, a healthy tan, sparkling blue eyes, and radiated a strange feeling of warmth. Coincidentally, she was the closest to Soul Reaper in terms of age. No one would have called the beautiful blonde soft, though. Her tall, slender body brimmed with energy and barely suppressed strength. The relaxed attitude hid a sharp and cutting edge. This master seemed to be not only enthusiastic about life, but also about combat and the carnage of battle. She was a formidable warrior, without a doubt. So were the others. The third woman among the officers of the company was called Ascended Winter. She was in her late 30s and seemed to be the most calm of the group. Her curly hair was dark brown and tied into a simple ponytail. Sunny didn't know what color her eyes were, because strangely, the woman wore a pair of polarized sunglasses, even though they were all currently deep underground. She sat on her chair in a pose so relaxed that it almost seemed inappropriate for this important meeting. Her beautiful face was aloof and nonchalant. The sleeves of her bodysuit were rolled up, revealing toned forearms and a solid tattoo that turned one of them completely black. If not for the fact that Master Winter had stood up to salute Soul Reaper when they entered, Sunny would have thought that she was fast asleep. The man next to her seemed to have the same tattoo, hinting that they were, or had been, members of the same unit in the past. He was of the same age as his female colleague, with honest eyes and a gallant bearing. There was dark stubble on his handsome face and black circles under his eyes. Ascended Dale seemed like a steady, stalwart warrior. Sunny did not know for sure, but felt that the man's aspect had at least some relation to defense and protection. He sensed that if Master Dale decided to stand his ground, very few things in the world would have been able to move him. The last officer of the First Irregular Company was slightly older and stood in stark contrast to Master Dale. His cold eyes, inexpressive face, and chilling gaze all expressed one thing. Ascended Davis was a killer. He seemed like the most offense-oriented master of the bunch, but that quality was not without subtlety. On the contrary, it seemed to be shrewd, quiet, and absolutely deadly. Sunny suspected that Davis was what he himself had once wished to be, the kind of fighter who utilized cunning and stealth to destroy the enemy with one surgical strike, thus avoiding the trouble of having to withstand retaliation. Together with Sunny and Jet, the 5 masters were going to lead the First Irregular Company. Coincidentally, just like Soul Reaper, each of the 5 Ascended had a nickname.
Masters Randall, Jesse, Winter, Dale, and Davis were also known as Vandal, Mustang, Queen, Knight, and Pride. Sonny was the only person without one, which made him feel slightly jealous.
Well, I can always go by Mongrel.
He blinked.
What? No, that's a terrible nickname, and an even worse idea.
Who said that he even needed a nickname? He was perfectly fine being called Sonny anyway. After the initial introductions were complete, Master Jet glanced at them again and said,
"We will get to know each other's aspects and combat abilities later. It is not too important for now anyway, since I expect all of you to act independently of the rest more often than not. Now, let's get down to business. Today, I will bring you up to speed about the projected composition of the First Irregular Company, our purpose, and guiding military doctrine."
She pressed something on her communicator, and a large projection appeared in the middle of the table. Sonny studied the large archipelago with a prominent landmass in the east. Master Jet lingered for a moment, and then continued.
"But to do that, you must understand the general shape of the upcoming operation. As all of you already know, this is Antarctica."
Master Jet gestured to the projection.
"All of Antarctica is divided into 3 parts: West Antarctica, East Antarctica, and the Antarctic Center."
West Antarctica was mostly submerged in water and consisted of a scattering of islands, some of them small, some of them large. East Antarctica was one large landmass that was peppered by numerous lakes, with a prominent mountain chain in the middle of it. The Antarctic Center was a long, narrow landmass that rested between the two, occupied almost entirely by tall mountains. Soul Reaper continued.
"West Antarctica is mostly devoid of human population, so it presents little interest to us. The Antarctic Center is an administrative and technological hub of the quadrant, while East Antarctica is the largest and most densely populated region of the continent."
She paused for a moment and then added somberly,
"The first evacuation army is going to set sail in 2 weeks. We will reach Antarctica 2, maybe 3 weeks after that. By that time, the chain of nightmares would already be starting. Local garrisons are already experiencing an increased number of manifesting gates, but the number will explode by the end of March. After that, it will only keep growing."
Master Jet stared at the projection for a bit, and then said calmly,
"No matter how many soldiers we send, we won't be able to contain the flood of nightmare creatures that enter through these gates. This is something that had never happened in history before. Even the great wars that the first generation fought pale in comparison to the chain of nightmares. Don't forget that almost all abominations back then were of the dormant rank. We aren't that lucky."
She sighed, then leaned back and crossed her arms.
"According to our scientists and diviners, the massive gates is going to be of the 2nd category and 3rd categories. That means awakened, fallen, and even corrupted nightmare creatures, in numbers greater than anything we have seen. Of course, something even worse can happen, so we are not going to try and contain them."
The faces of the masters slowly grew dim. Noticing it, Soul Reaper shook her head.
"There are better ways to achieve our objective. Once the army makes landfall, we will split into 3 parts, with each part pursuing a distinct objective during the first phase of the operation. One of the objectives is to turn a small number of select cities into fortified evacuation centers that can withstand the siege of nightmare creatures for months or even years ahead."
Master Jet pointed at several points on the map, then continued.
"The second objective is to relocate all external human population to these centers, where they will wait for their turn to board the ships. Neither the relocation nor the wait is going to be a short process. Finally, The third objective is to establish and maintain the evacuation corridors for relocating citizens. Once everyone is safely behind the established perimeter of siege strongholds, the first phase of the operation will be considered to be complete.
Sonny tentatively raised a hand.
Yes?
He glanced at other masters with a dubious expression, then asked,
Why are we waiting for the disaster to strike before starting to evacuate people? Wouldn't it be easier to get at least some of them out right now?
Soul Reaper gave him a rueful smile.
That is because everyone was convinced that the event wouldn't happen for at least a few more years. Our level of preparation is wholly inadequate, and there are no established means to start the evacuation prematurely. In short, the government was caught with its pants down. The deployment of the First Army is a messy and slapdash affair, which means that a lot more soldiers are going to die as a result. Make no mistake, though, this is the best we can do, considering the situation.
Master Jet glanced at him and continued,
After the first phase of the operation is complete, the second one will commence. By then, the second evacuation army should have already fully formed and arrived to reinforce the depleted First Army. This phase is simple, which is not to say easy. We will pull back all our forces to the siege capitals and hold them for as long as it takes to evacuate every civilian. After that, the third phase will result in a complete exodus of humans from Antarctica and the consequent heavy continental bombardment. The southern quadrant will cease to exist.
She took a poignant pause, then smiled darkly.
That is the gist of the operation in broad strokes. Now, for details, as you must have already surmised from the name of our company, it is going to play a special role throughout all three phases of the evacuation. The first irregular company will not be tied to any existing battalion or regiment or division. We will not be supporting or leading any of the grunt soldiers. Instead, we will act as elite irregulars.
Soul Reaper leaned forward and looked at them with her icy blue eyes.
Each of you will be in charge of a cohort of some of the best awakened warriors in the government employ. The cohorts will act semi-independently and respond to any overwhelming obstacle that threatens to slow down the evacuation. Whenever the mundane soldiers or their awakened counterparts encounter a problem that they can't handle, we will be sent to resolve the situation through any means necessary.
The room suddenly became very cold, and so did Master Jet's expression.
What it means is that we will be thrown into the most dire, bloody, and hopeless flashpoints of the entire operation consistently. Unlike regular soldiers, who will most likely have time to rest and recover between battles, we will be enduring a constant succession of rapid combat deployments until the evacuation is completed, or until we all die. That is why the first irregular company was not only allocated 7 Ascended, but also why these Ascended are the absolute best we have. Each of you is an elite among elites. Make that count.
She studied the faces of her subordinates, and then raised an eyebrow.
Any questions?
Master Winter suddenly raised a hand, revealing that she was not, in fact, asleep. When she spoke, her voice was unexpectedly relaxed.
What's our logistics situation? Is there going to be food, or are we going to spend months chewing on monster meat? You know, like usual.
The briefing lasted for a while longer. The 7 Ascended of the first irregular company had a lot of things to discuss, and while a few nuances went over Sonny's head, he slowly gained a better understanding of the upcoming ordeal. That said, each of them had way too much to do before the naval convoy left for the southern quadrant, so wasting precious time on long conversations was not in anyone's interest. Eventually, the 5 masters left, leaving Sonny and Jet alone in the meeting room. There was a grim expression on his face. Sonny sighed, then glanced at his superior.
I'm not going to lie. All of this seems a bit overwhelming.
Soul Reaper smiled and shook her head dismissively.
Don't be too concerned. You already have the necessary experience and qualifications to make things work. It is not like the others are better prepared to deal with something of that scope. Above all, we need the ability to swiftly learn and adapt. That is how we will survive this unprecedented mess of a disaster.
He looked at the ceiling with a thoughtful expression. Well, when Master Jet put it like that, yes, it made sense to say that he was qualified to face the challenges of the Chain Nightmares. The other irregulars might have been older and more experienced, but no one had ever lived through something like that. In the absence of relevant experience, adaptability was arguably more important. In that regard, his young age and flexible mindset could even be called an advantage. Plus, Sonny had always excelled at being able to adapt to anything. Soul Reaper stood up and beckoned as she headed for the exit.
Come on, let's get you settled.
They moved to a different level of the bunker, where some sort of administrative center had been hastily established in recent weeks. The military admins were even busier than the soldiers above ground. An atmosphere of feverish, barely contained chaos hung in the air as hundreds of officers tried to juggle tens of thousands of issues as they prepared the army for departure. Maybe because of this haste, or maybe because of Master Jet's presence, the paperwork did not take long. To Sonny's astonishment, it took less than half an hour for him to officially become a government agent and an officer of the 1st Evacuation Army. He was issued the rank of captain, along with all the status and privileges of one. Sonny couldn't help but blink a couple of times.
Captain Sunless. Damn, it has a nice ring to it.
Without wasting any time, they moved to another level, where Sonny was issued with a basic set of gear corresponding to his rank. Among other things, he also received the ubiquitous black bodysuit. His communicator was already of a high-grade government model, so it simply received an extensive software upgrade. As they waited for all the routine procedures to be performed, Sonny and Master Jet quietly discussed business.
So, what exactly happens now?
She looked at him for a few moments.
Well, you will have to do a lot of things to get ready for Antarctica. Don't worry too much, and take it one step at a time.
Soul Reaper paused.
First things first, in the next few days you will have to make several important decisions. Don't rush, and really think things through before committing to a choice. However, don't wait too long either. The longer you take, the less time you'll have to accomplish other tasks.
She gestured to his communicator.
All the necessary features and preparations have already been added to your comm. Your credentials should have been added into the system as well, so you can access the data through it.
Sonny checked the new features added to the operating system of his communicator and nodded.
So, what exactly are these decisions?
Master Jet smiled.
First of all, you are an officer of an elite combat unit now. The members of the 1st Irregular Company are entitled to receive a fair share of rare equipment and precious resources that the government has to offer. That said, each cohort is unique and has special demands. To make sure that you and your soldiers are outfitted with not only great tools, but also ones that suit them best, a very generous amount of contribution points have been added to your personal balance.
She gestured to one of the symbols on the screen of his communicator.
Your cohort will be provided with a basic set of assets, but on top of that, you will be able to customize them or acquire additional equipment yourself. You can peruse what the logistics and supply has to offer through that interface, as well as claim whatever you choose. Of course, the inventory available to the 1st Regular Company is much more robust and exclusive than what mundane units have access to.
Soul Reaper sighed wistfully.
What you settle on is at your discretion. You can decide to upgrade your personal gear with powerful tools, memories, or even echoes. You can choose to equip your soldiers with better equipment instead. You can assign most points to comprehensively upgrade the technical assets provided to your cohort. Hell, you can even convert all the contribution points into credits and transfer them to your account. Not that I would advise doing something like that, of course.
Sonny's eyes glistened. If there was one thing he loved, it was receiving free stuff. Even if most of the contribution points would go into strengthening his cohort, it was still a great opportunity to soothe his greed. He was sure that the government had a lot of amazing stuff in its coffers. The decision to enlist was already starting to look much more appealing. There was one problem, however. He gave Master Jet a curious look.
I can't really fine-tune gear and equipment to the needs of my cohort if I don't have a cohort, though. Right?
She nodded.
Indeed, that is the second set of decisions.
Master Jet pointed at another new symbol on the screen of his communicator.
The process is basically the same. You can shop for members of the cohort through your comm. Well, not really. Contribution points have nothing to do with the selection, of course. There is a pool of elite awakened fighters that have been transferred to this port. The first irregular company has a priority right to recruit 42 of them, 6 per cohort. As the youngest captain, you get first pick.
Sonny stared at the screen, deep in thought. So, the first thing he had to do was to pick 6 awakened that would become his soldiers during the Antarctica campaign. He had no doubt that each of them was an elite warrior among the government forces, but being a good fighter was not enough. Creating a strong cohort was no small feat. Its members not only had to be able to pull their own weight, but also meet a long list of needs that a combat unit possessed. This was especially true for the 7 cohorts that were going to comprise the first irregular company, since each of them was expected to operate independently. In a sense, this approach was more familiar to him. Awakened serving a large force were able to specialize within the confines of their units. One cohort could do especially well in melee combat, but lack the means of dealing damage from range. Another cohort could specialize in attacking exclusively from a distance. By working together, these different units were able to shore up each other's weaknesses and allow the soldiers to express their greatest strengths. An independent cohort was very different. Although it could possess a specialization, it had to be well-rounded and excel in various aspects by necessity. This is how most cohorts in the Dream Realm functioned, and what Sonny was familiar with. In any case, choosing 6 awakened that could fulfill a multitude of roles while synergizing with each other was a daunting task. There were a lot of factors he would have to consider, and after that, he would have to assume command of these strangers and lead them into battle after battle. Their survival was his responsibility. Their deaths, should any of his soldiers fall, would be on his conscience too. Sonny let out a long sigh and then looked at Master Jet.
Any advice?
She lingered for a few moments, then nodded.
No matter how good these elites are, you will still be the core element and the deadliest weapon of the cohort. Don't neglect variability, but choose those whose aspects complement yours.
Sonny smiled.
That won't be a problem. I might not excel in any one thing, but at the same time, I am sort of a jack of all trades. While my aspect leans towards utility, I can do a bit of everything. That leaves me at a disadvantage in some situations, but it also means that I can work well with a great variety of awakened. Anyone can benefit from having me by their side, and vice versa.
Master Jet thought for a few moments.
Versatility is a strength in and of itself. Since you are not limited by a narrow focus, the best course of action would be to assemble a well-balanced group of fighters that can respond to any situation with a high level of effectiveness. That will actually make my job a bit easier, since I'll be able to send your cohort to solve a wider variety of problems.
She lingered for a bit, and then added,
If there is one piece of advice I can give, it's to not neglect utility in favor of direct combat strength. Antarctica, no matter how prepared we think we are, is going to test us in ways that no one expects. Things will go wrong, and then go from bad to worse. Mobility, survival, mental resilience, all these things and plenty of others might turn out to be much more important than we think. It is also going to be a long, cruel, and punishing campaign. Keep that in mind.
Sonny sighed. Long, cruel, and punishing. That was basically the description of most of his experiences with the nightmare spell. That was nothing new. He stared at his communicator for a bit, then asked,
What about after I've assembled the cohort? Most of these soldiers are probably older than me. They are also devoted government servants, while I am somewhat of a hired mercenary. I doubt that they will be happy to be under command of someone like me, instead of one of the other distinguished masters.
Soul Reaper shook her head.
You are not exactly correct. Sure, you are younger than the other captains of our company. Some might see it as a weakness, but at the same time, it's a sign of excellence and greater potential. After all, none of us managed to ascend before turning 20. I am considered somewhat of a prodigy, and you beat my record by 5 years. So, I don't expect these soldiers to show reluctance to respect your command.
She paused, and then added in a serious tone,
However, there is a great difference between being able to issue orders and being able to inspire confidence. There is no easy method to make your soldiers follow you, not simply obey you. You will have to find a way to win their loyalty on your own, Sonny.
Master Jet smiled.
However, I don't think that it will be too hard. Once we reach Antarctica, things will fall into place. Lead them to victory, keep them alive, and they'll learn to trust you.
Sonny thought for a bit, then nodded. Actions spoke louder than words. He might face some resistance at the start, but the battle would swiftly resolve everything. Either he would win his soldiers over, or all 7 of them would die. In any case, the problem was going to disappear. Soul Reaper briefly gripped his shoulder and then said,
Anyway, I don't think you should worry about these masters yet. You have plenty of other issues to solve. No matter how professional and prepared these guys are, forming a strong cohort takes more than simply assembling all its members. You will all have to learn how to fight side by side and leverage your unique powers to form good synergy. Well, I don't have to tell you. You're not a novice.
Sonny scratched the back of his head.
Yeah, I have some experience with that.
She sighed.
Do remember that you will only have 3, maybe 4 weeks left to prepare. That is not nearly enough time to deepen the cooperation level of the cohort, but do as much as you can. There will be proper training facilities aboard the ships, so don't stop working until we make landfall.
Sonny looked at her with a serious expression.
I won't.
Master Jet nodded, then waved a hand.
Well, I bet you have enough to think about. I'll leave you to it then. Don't take too much time deciding on who you want to recruit. The sooner you settle that, the sooner you can start bringing your cohort to shape and spending those sweet contribution points.
He smiled and looked as she turned around and disappeared into one of the corridors of the underground bunker. Then, Sonny slowly lowered his gaze and studied the screen of his communicator. He had a lot to think about indeed. The room provided to Sonny was a far cry from the luxurious cabin he had enjoyed on the train. It was small, Spartan, and lacked windows due to being located deep underground. The designers of the military bunker did not even install a false one, so the walls lacked the lifelike projections of the outside. Not that Sonny cared about such things. In fact, he quite liked the solid nature of his temporary quarters. Perhaps things would have been different if he did not possess the ability to escape to the surface with the help of Shadowstep. But since he did, the fear of being buried under countless tons of stone and soil was not bothering him too much. The room reminded him of his hidden lair in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, which was a pleasant bonus. Sitting on a narrow bed, Sonny sighed and projected the screen of his communicator on the opposite wall. Leaning back, he then got lost in thought for a few minutes. In the next day or so, he would have to make a lot of important decisions. There were a lot of things to consider. While the task seemed daunting, he was rather excited to start.
It's like playing a game, only without checkpoints and real human lives at stake, including mine. So, I guess nothing like a game, actually.
The first thing he did was acquaint himself with the default set of assets provided to his future cohort by the government. This generous and highly optimized array of premium gear and equipment included everything to cover the basic needs of his unit during their deployment in Antarctica. From thermoregulated outerwear to priceless spell-tech medical kits and beyond. The centerpiece of the set was, without a doubt, an advanced all-terrain personnel carrier that was going to serve as the mobile home of his cohort in the future. This heavily armored transport vehicle resembled an angular high-tech mix between a turtle and a rhinoceros. Of course, Sonny only knew what a rhinoceros was because he had looked up the extinct beast after learning that the APC was colloquially known as the rhino. It was hard to believe that the massive thing was an actual animal and not a strange nightmare creature. Despite its prodigious size and thick armor, the Rhino armored personnel carrier was capable of moving with immense speed across various terrains. It could even climb mountains without too much problem, provided that the driver knew what they were doing. The advanced variant provided to the cohorts of the First Irregular Company was additionally modified with even more robust armor, inordinately powerful engines, enhanced internals, and a sophisticated command and communications suite. Of course, there was always room for improvement. In fact, the interface offered Sonny a lot of opportunities to advance the APC much further. These additional augmentations were going to cost him a lot of contribution points, however. Still, he was inclined to believe that they would be worth it. The armored vehicle was not only going to be responsible for keeping the cohort mobile, but it would also serve as the logistical core of their deployment. Its importance was already apparent because the default set of assets provided by the government was based on its carrying capacity. The logistics and supply officers in charge of compiling this array of gear were not familiar with the covetous coffer, of course. Thanks to his loyal toothy chest, Sonny would be able to more or less double his cohort's storage space. That alone gave him a lot of flexibility as far as spending contribution points on additional equipment was concerned.
The tech is important. However, it is also unreliable.
Gates were known to mess with technology in various ways. The military vehicle certainly included several measures to minimize that effect, but it would still be prudent of him to beef this aspect up. After all, no one knew what would happen if dozens or even hundreds of gates came to exist in the area around the APC at the same time. That was something for Sonny to think about later, however. Now that he knew what he was dealing with, he had a clearer picture of what kind of awakened he wanted to recruit. Closing one interface and opening another, he rubbed his temples and sighed.
Oh, this is not going to be easy.
Soon enough, hundreds of concise dossiers were in front of him, each containing the personnel file of one of the best awakened soldiers stationed in the port. Most of them were going to be assigned to other units, while 42 would become members of the elite First Irregular Company. 6 of them would be his own subordinates. For a while, Sonny was paralyzed by all the choices. Each dossier contained a description of the Awaken's aspect and abilities, their service record, and psychological profile, as well as additional skills and specializations that the soldier might have mastered, and other information. His task was to pick 6 warriors who would not only comprise a well-rounded cohort and complement his powers, but complement each other both in terms of combat ability and interpersonal compatibility. The former was already hard enough, but the latter gave him a headache. Luckily, very few people working for the government possessed contrarian and antisocial personalities. People who chose the life of service were predisposed to having a certain level of agreeableness by definition. Unlike Sonny, he was contrarian and antisocial enough to balance out their agreeableness all by himself. One thing that the files did not include, regretfully, was detailed information about the flaws of these elite soldiers. Not even the government servants were comfortable sharing something like that with their employers. Each file only disclosed how severe the flaw had been judged to be through passive observation, and sometimes an approximate evaluation of its specific effects, which was a shame. A serious enough flaw could derail any battle plan. Just out of curiosity, Sonny looked up the dossiers of the other Ascended captains: Vandal, Mustang, Queen, Knight, and Pride as well. Their files were also there, although in a much more redacted version. Reading what little was left unredacted, he couldn't help but whistle.
Impressive.
Master Jet's personal file was even more redacted. Pretty much everything except for her name and rank was blacked out. His own dossier was rather short and mostly consisted of question marks. Either the government truly knew so little about him, or simply chose not to show how well they were informed.
Well, at least they got my height right.
Sonny closed the file and shook his head. He could not allow himself to delay the task any further. He was in for a long and sleepless night. Sonny knew what he needed, more or less. A couple of frontline fighters, a couple of ranged specialists, someone to provide utility, a healer, ideally, although even among these elites, there were too few. Fortunately, Sonny himself possessed a wide range of versatile abilities and could cover many needs of the cohort. He was able to fight up close or at range. He could scout or flank the enemies by using Shadow Step. He could use shadow manipulation to accomplish a multitude of tasks. Still, covering all the basics was not enough. The Antarctica campaign was promising to be long and grueling, maybe even unbearable. He did not doubt that they would face all kinds of nightmare creatures, from land-bound to aerial to aquatic. Some of them were going to try and kill them with brutal force. Some would employ more insidious means. To ensure the best chances of survival, the cohort had to be strong, balanced, and capable of accomplishing more than the sum of its parts would suggest. They had to be able to work together and respond to all kinds of threats. Even with several hundred candidates, he was not sure how possible it was to build something as formidable as his cohort had been, both on the Forgotten Shore and the Chained Isles.
First things first.
Although some would have been tempted to go for offensive powerhouses first, Sonny had a different opinion. He filtered the dossiers, allowing only those of Awakened with utility aspects to remain. Master Jet had been right. Although pure combat strength was immensely important, a war was often lost or won off the battlefield. As far as Sonny was concerned, utility was just as vital. His own experience confirmed it. Back on the Forgotten Shore, fighters like Nephis and Castor had shone so bright that everyone paid them all the attention. People like Sonny and Cassia
remained more or less unnoticed. However, they had contributed as much, if not more, to the cohort's survival. Yes, those with pure combat aspects played a larger role in confrontations with the nightmare creatures, but it was only because Sunny had scouted ahead that they had been able to avoid battling swarms of abominations that would have overwhelmed them in an instant. Cassia's uncanny intuition and affinity to revelation had saved them too many times to count. It had helped the cohort avoid lethal dangers that often could not be seen, let alone slain with a blade. Not paying enough attention to the utility would have been a grave mistake. More than that, his choice would allow Sunny to handpick other members of the cohort to suit the ensuing situation. The first decision would widen and define the cohort's foundation, making the rest easier to make. He spent a lot of time reading through dozens of dossiers. All kinds of talented Awakened possessed incredible abilities. Eventually, Sunny narrowed the selection to just 3 of the most interesting candidates. A mature and experienced Awakened caught his eye, due to the ability to move and shape Earth as if it was liquid, and then swiftly turn it back to a solid state. With his help, a cohort would be able to literally shape the battle odds in their favor. While that ability was too slow and weak to deal direct damage, Sunny could imagine building all types of funnels, defensive walls, and trenches with the man's help. Hell, in certain situations, they would even be able to turn the ground into quicksand, trapping multiple abominations, or at least reducing the mobility of the enemy. Their mobility was also an issue. No matter how versatile the Rhino was, there would be situations without a doubt where its incredible all-terrain maneuverability would fail. The ability to create a road was going to come in extremely handy at that time. Another government elite seemed even more useful. This tall and athletic man was capable of creating stable short-distance spatial rifts. Basically, he could allow the fighters of the cohort to teleport around the battlefield with impunity. Sunny did not have to think long to understand how incredible this ability was. He had used Shadow Step to vanquish his foes numerous times, and granting the same advantage to the whole cohort was an indescribably potent tool. Hell, he didn't even have to send people through this rift. Throwing a Spelltech grenade or a manifestation of a sorceress aspect ability would wreak havoc among the enemies just as well. The third candidate was a young woman with mousy hair and an unassuming face. Her ability seemed less potent than that of the 2 men, but could also be quite useful in the right situations. Just like Cassia, the young woman possessed an affinity to revelations, be it a much lesser one. While she couldn't compete with Song of the Fallen in the broadness of application, the narrow focus of her aspect was capable of producing much more palpable results. The young woman was able to perceive the weakness and vulnerabilities of living creatures, as well as share visual perception with several people. She, too, could comprehensively enhance the cohort's battle effectiveness, although in a less direct way. Sunny spent a long time staring at the 3 dossiers. Which one should he choose? Each held incredible value in his eyes. He was even tempted to claim all 3, but no. While Sunny was not blind to the importance of utility, he needed powerful fighters to make use of it. Without offensive strength, the cohort would be simply unable to act on the provided opportunities. Plus, his own aspect already leaned toward utility. Eventually, he dismissed the dossiers of the 2 men and left only the image of the meek young woman with mousy hair on the wall. Awakened Kim. The more Sunny stared at her portrait, the more he was sure of his choice. Yes, the first candidate could shape the battlefield to their advantage, but Sunny was able to achieve a bit of that himself with the help of shadow manifestation. Yes, the second candidate could provide an indescribable tactical flexibility to the cohort. However, the short range and stationary nature of the spatial rifts were not easy to exploit among the chaotic and unpredictable mayhem of combat. Awakened Kim, on the other hand,
could provide a powerful boost to any offensive action. Her ability synergized with the widest variety of aspects, including Sunny's own. More than that, unlike the other two soldiers, her powers scaled with the threat. Being able to create a wall of stone was useless if the enemy could turn stone into dust. Being able to attack an abomination from the flank would accomplish nothing if the abomination was of a high enough rank to become immune to awakened weapons. Being able to see the vulnerabilities of the enemy, however, would be a boon for the cohort no matter how powerful of an enemy they faced. The more dire their foe, the more important Awakened Kim's ability would become. There was also another, much simpler reason why Sunny decided to choose the third candidate. The young woman could share visual perception between multiple people. Antarctica, meanwhile, enjoyed an uninterrupted night that lasted for several months. What it meant was that the First Irregular Company would be fighting in near complete darkness for at least 4 months after arriving in the Southern Quadrant. While this problem could be somewhat solved with technology, there was a better and more reliable solution. Sunny could see in the dark, and with Awakened Kim's help, his soldiers would share in this ability too. He looked at the dossier one last time and nodded. Good. This young woman was going to be the first cornerstone of his cohort. Now that Sunny knew what kind of logistical and combat support his cohort would be able to enjoy, thanks to him, Awakened Kim, and the heavily armored Rhino, he had a tentative understanding of what direction he had to follow. In the next several hours, he carefully studied hundreds of dossiers, slowly narrowing the list of potential candidates. By the time the night was drawing to a close, he was more or less ready to make the final decision. Of course, ideally, Sunny would have preferred to meet the recruits face to face and put them through a gauntlet to get to know their characters, styles, and limits better. But in the current situation, being able to study their personnel files was already good enough. He had chosen several important traits that most, or better yet each, of the candidates had to possess. First of all, Sunny decided to favor sustainability and lasting battlefield presence over pure might and burst damage potential. Sure, many of the elite government soldiers possessed awesome aspect abilities that could deliver truly fearsome results in a short period. However, these awakened also burned through essence with a frightening speed. The Antarctica campaign promised to be a marathon. Or rather, a marathon stacked on top of a marathon stacked on top of a marathon stacked on top of a marathon. Longevity was king. He vastly preferred fighting side by side with people who could maintain their peak battle style for long periods, even if their immediate combat performance was not as impressive. Secondly, he deliberately paid more attention to fighters who implemented higher than usual amounts of finesse, calculation, and cunning in their approach to combat. Not only were such people better at conserving their energy, but they also suited his inclinations very well. Additionally, fighters like these were bound to make better use of Awakened Kim's ability to recognize the vulnerabilities of the enemy. The third and last trait he sought out was mental fortitude. No government elite was a slouch in terms of determination and resilience, but some stood out among all the others. Most of them were those awakened who had gone through crushing defeats, but were nevertheless able to pick themselves up and grow stronger for it. Sunny was more or less certain that he had endured more torment and hopelessness than even the other ascended captains of the First Irregular Company. As such, he had a better idea of how ruthless and punishing the long campaign in the Southern Quadrant could turn out to be. So, even if it meant settling for someone with less power or talent, he was determined to pick the most dogged and tenacious of the awakened elites. In the end, 6 dossiers remained projected on the wall of his small room. Awakened Kim had been his first choice. This young woman was the cornerstone of the cohort due to her valuable aspect, which allowed her to reveal the weaknesses of the enemy and share visual perceptions among herself and her allies. Additionally, She was a certified technician who could look after the cohort's armored personnel carrier and perform field repairs if need be. His second choice was a charismatic man in his late 20s. Awakened Bell had a lean figure, athletic build, and blonde hair. His expression on the portrait attached to the dossier was laid back and slightly carefree. Bell was a talented swordsman who excelled in offense and agility. His aspect made him especially deadly. The young swordsman was able to turn his body intangible and phase through solid matter. Although he couldn't maintain this state for long, even a second was enough to avoid an enemy attack if used in the right moment. His second ability allowed him to infuse his weapon with unnatural sharpness and cut through most obstacles. Although both abilities devoured soul essence with terrible speed, Awakened Bell was incredibly proficient in using them in precise, short bursts. He only needed a fraction of a second to dodge a strike or deliver a killing blow, so there was no need to maintain them for more than that. As a result, he was able to last much longer on the battlefield than the description of his aspect would suggest. Bell was going to be one of the two pillars of Sonny's melee vanguard. The second pillar was a man named Dorn. Looking at his portrait, Sonny couldn't help but grimace.
No, this is just ridiculous.
Awakened Dorn was a giant of a man. He was easily taller than Effie and possessed robust musculature to boot. Just one look at him would have made most people feel small and feeble. The only consolation that Sonny could find was that this powerhouse would be fighting on his side. Dorn's weapon of choice was a hammer, and not a traditional war hammer, which, despite its usual portrayal in popular media, was a relatively light and elegant weapon. No, Awakened Dorn preferred to fight with something that could only be described as an enchanted version of a sledgehammer. This heavy two-handed implement of destruction was able to crush flesh, bone, stone, and steel with equal ease. All that would have made one think that the man was a straightforward and single-minded brawler with a penchant for solving problems through brute force. But that couldn't be further from the truth. Instead, the man possessed a serious, sedate attitude and deeply intelligent eyes. His aspect could be described in 3 words: push and pull. Awakened Dorn was able to manipulate gravity, or at least something that resembled gravity, to empower his strikes with crushing weight and throw his enemies off balance. By combining these two effects in a precise and calculated manner, he was able to make use of both to vastly elevate the potency of his attacks. No matter how strong and enduring Dorn's body was, no one would have been able to wildly swing his heavy weapon around for too long. That was why he preferred to conserve his stamina and kill the enemy with one crushing, deliberate, well-timed, and devious strike. In short, despite his ridiculous size, Awakened Dorn was a man after Sonny's own heart. Together, Bell and Dorn were going to be the core of the cohort's battle formation. However, there was another person whom Sonny intended to add to the melee vanguard. The third member of the melee vanguard was perhaps the second most important person in the cohort, after Sonny himself, of course. He had agonized over that choice a lot, but eventually settled on a handsome and chivalrous man named Quentin. Awakened Quentin preferred wearing full plate armor and wielding a sword and shield. Unlike Bell and Dorn, he was not going to be serving as an offensive powerhouse. He was going to become the defensive bulwark of the melee vanguard, which was not to say that he wasn't a deadly fighter in his own right, of course. Quentin's aspect centered around restoration and corrosion. In battle, he was able to continuously repair his shield and his armor no matter what kind of damage they received. There were limits to this ability, of course, but as long as his memories weren't outright destroyed, they would eventually regain their original shape. He was also able to apply a corrosive property to his weapons. The corrosion was not very potent, but as long as enough of his attacks landed, the enemy was bound to eventually succumb under the weight of accumulating decay. This was a slow but insidious and impactful ability. However, it was the first one that made awakened Quentin so valuable. That was because he was not limited to restoring only memories. Quentin's restoration was near universal and could repair various things, including human flesh. He was a healer. Of course, as far as these rare specialists went, he wasn't the most powerful. His ability was comparatively slow and limited. Quentin could not even hope to compete with someone like Nephis or Elias in terms of speed and efficiency, and even among other healers whose dossiers were available to Sonny, his restorative power did not stand out. But after thinking about it for a long time, Sonny still decided to go with Quentin. He did not want to employ a more potent healer if that meant that the healers would not be able to fend for themselves in a furious fight. Even though his final choice was somewhat mediocre in terms of healing wounds, the chivalrous man was a more well-rounded and versatile combatant. Sonny was inspired to make that choice by his memories of Shim, the Firekeeper healer, who had eventually inherited the leadership over Cassia's cohort. Despite his lack of a combat aspect, Shim always fought on the front line and supported his companions with his blade, his shield, and his steady presence. Plus, Quentin was also a trained combat medic who possessed a deep knowledge of modern medicine. He could even use his ability to help repair the rhino, should Kim be unable to do it through mundane means. Overall, Sonny was happy with his decision. With 4 members of the cohort already chosen, only 2 spots remained. Knowing that he would have to strengthen the ability of his soldiers to attack the enemies from a distance and fight against flying abominations, Sonny spent a lot of time searching for a suitable range specialist. In the end, his attention was drawn to the dossier of a woman named Samara. Awakened Samara was tall, beautiful, and aloof. She possessed a very interesting aspect, though. Samara was capable of infusing material objects with soul essence, as well as converting soul energy into kinetic energy or heat. What it meant was that she could turn soul essence into charged explosives. In a sense, awakened Samara was the opposite of Master Jet. While Soul Reaper was able to deal soul damage with physical weapons, she could deal physical damage with soul essence. She was also very inventive in the applications of her aspect. Samara was probably the only awakened Sonny knew of who actively utilized modern firearms. By infusing her ammunition with charged essence, she effectively made them analogous to enchanted weapons. Nightmare creatures of higher ranks were more or less immune to mundane armaments, but susceptible to memories and even unarmed attacks of awakened. In Samara's hands, however, any weapon turned into an awakened weapon.
What a fascinating ability.
As a bonus, she was also a capable spell-tech engineer and technician. Since the APC the cohort would be using was chock full of advanced spell-tech, that was going to come in handy. The last member of the cohort Sonny had chosen was called Awakened Luster. Staring at the man's dossier, Sonny could not help but narrow his eyes.
What a weird name.
He shook his head, then sighed.
Well, maybe his mother had a poetic soul too.
The young man was not a very distinguished fighter. That was comparatively, of course, since all the elite government soldiers were solid combatants. His talents and usefulness lay mainly in his unique aspect. Although Sonny had not wanted to recruit more utility specialists, he couldn't help but change his stance after reading what young Luster was capable of. This guy was nothing short of a soul healer, or an essence battery in more crude terms. His first ability allowed him to enhance the regeneration rate of soul essence, both his own and that of his allies. His second ability allowed him to transfer his essence to others. Sonny did not even have to think to know how vital such an aspect was going to be in the coming months. Sure, choosing Luster, he would be sacrificing the opportunity to recruit another battle powerhouse, but the trade-off was worth it in his opinion. In other circumstances, Sonny would have been reluctant to make this decision,
but Luster's abilities synergized simply too well with that of awakened Samara, not to mention serving as a force multiplier for every other member of the cohort. Additionally, the young man was, apparently, an ace pilot. With him in control of the Rhino, Sonny did not have to worry that the APC would fall off a cliff or get stuck in mud, or be turned into an alloy pancake by a random titan that happened to walk by. So the choice was clear. Awakened Luster would be the last member of his cohort. Sonny moved slightly and looked at the 6 dossiers one last time. Kim, Bell, Dorn, Quentin, Samara, Luster. These 6 people were going to be his soldiers. He lingered for a moment, then let out a small sigh and marked the dossiers with his personal identification code. Soon, the bureaucracy of the 1st Evacuation Army would approve the recruitment request, and then he would finally face his new subordinates, face to face. Awakened Luster was in a strange mood. On one hand, his life and career were going to get better than ever. Not only had he managed to become a member of the Special Forces, but he also received a chance to participate in the most exciting operation in the last several decades. His status, citizenship rank, and even salary were now higher than he had ever hoped. It was hard to imagine that a guy like him managed to climb so far without being a legacy, or even possessing a combat aspect. It was certainly better than working in a boring spell tech research facility, which he had been considering before joining the government army. Plus, he was surrounded by tons of pretty girls every day. There were thousands of them in the port fortress, and even more in the greater encampment beyond. With his dashing uniform, reputation of a valiant elite, and irresistible personality, many of them paid Luster special attention. Overall, things were great. On the other hand, the world seemed to be falling apart. The exciting operation he was so enthused about could very well become his last. What a bummer. Sitting on a broken panel of a discarded prefab building, Luster watched the swarm of activity in the camp below and sipped his coffee. That was another thing. Once they shipped to the Southern Quadrant, luxuries like coffee would probably become scarce. He would have to go back to synthetic substitutes, or even worse, drinking something as disgusting as tea. Ugh, the horror. Luster grimaced, then glanced at the plain-looking young woman sitting next to him. What do you think, Kimmy? Are we going to receive our assignments today? Awakened Kim hesitated for a bit, then said in an awkward tone, I don't know. Luster shook his head. Kimmy was the strangest person he had ever met. This timid girl was the only Awakened he knew who somehow managed to not look hot. As far as he was concerned, that was a bizarre accomplishment. Every Awakened was hot. That was just common knowledge. Everyone except for Kimmy. She single-handedly destroyed Luster's whole worldview. He did not know what to make of that fact. Bell, who was perching on the same prefab panel, looked at them and flashed a smile. I think we will. Luster felt a rush of excitement. Oh? Do you know something? The blonde daredevil leaned forward, then said in a hushed tone, I heard from my pal in logistics that Soul Reaper finalized the command structure of her unit yesterday. That means they'll start recruiting today. After that is done, the other elite units will be free to pick out the rest of us. Hell yeah! Luster grinned, remained silent for a bit, and then sighed wistfully. I know the chances are slim, but wouldn't it be great to be picked by Soul Reaper's unit? Just imagine, Ascended Jet. She's such a... Before he had the chance to finish his sentence, their communicators suddenly received a notification. The strange part of it
was that all three lit up simultaneously. Kimmy was the first to read the message. Her eyes widened. Seeing her reaction, Lester felt his heart sinking.
Kimmy? What is it?
She lingered for a moment, then showed him the screen.
First Irregular Company. We've been assigned a Soul Reapers unit. It's her.
Luster, Kimmy, and Belle left their observation spot and headed toward the training facility where they had been ordered to gather by the end of the hour. They were a strange trio. Sure, each one was considered an elite, but in usual circumstances, a combat specialist like Belle would not have been keeping company with two younger support operators, unless they were members of his cohort, of course, which neither Luster nor Kimmy was. The Antarctica campaign, however, had changed a lot of things. While troop movements in the waking world were happening on a massive scale, something similar but less noticeable was currently happening in the Dream Realm. The Awakened assigned to the 1st Evacuation Army were hastily relocating to larger and better protected citadels so that a sudden attack of nightmare creatures could not disrupt their deployment in Antarctica. Some were going to government citadels, while some were going to impregnable legacy strongholds like Bastion or Ravenheart. All across the Dream Realm, thousands of Awakened were participating in this quiet exodus. Luster, Kimmy, and Belle had just happened to reside in the same general area of the Dream Realm. The Awakened serving the government banded together to brave the wilderness and reach Bastion, forming a large caravan that only grew bigger as it passed various citadels. Eventually, a couple hundred Awakened all traveled together while their physical bodies were being relocated to various ports, locked inside the sleeping pods. It was a weird thing. Luster had fallen asleep in one place, but woke up thousands of kilometers south of it. In any case, in the month that it had taken him to reach Bastion on foot, he and the other two elite specialists traveling with the caravan had become somewhat close. They were not friends, but at least knew each other. That could not be said about the other three Awakened they met after reaching the reinforced prefab building. Luster's face grew a little dim when he realized that two of them were dudes. The third one, however, was not.
Wow.
The tall, gorgeous redhead was a real bombshell. Sure, she seemed unapproachable and older than him by a good decade, but that only added to her charm. Belle lightly tapped the young man on the shoulder.
Get your head out of the gutter, fool.
Luster blinked a couple of times, then looked at the swordsman with a sheepish smile.
Sorry.
Kimmy glanced at the two of them with confusion and said quietly,
I think I know her. That is Awakened Samara. When I trained to receive the technician certificate, she taught the spell tech introduction class to us.
She squirmed a little, then approached the tall woman and forced out a small smile.
Instructor Samara, it's nice to see you again.
The aloof beauty glanced at the meek young woman and nodded.
You can call me Sam. We are colleagues now.
Kimmy froze for a moment.
Yes, I will, Instructor Samara. I mean, Instructor Sam.
She blushed a little and then gestured at her two companions.
These are Awakened Belle and Awakened Luster. We traveled to Bastion together.
Samara looked at the two men, then said in an emotionless tone,
These are Awakened Quentin and Awakened Dorn. We just met.
The six elites studied each other for some time. Eventually, Belle scratched the back of his head and asked,
Does anyone know who our commanding officer is?
Nobody was sure who exactly the Ascended in charge of their new cohort was. Nevertheless, after briefly getting acquainted, the six Awakened couldn't help but wonder. Quentin, the handsome warrior with a gallant demeanor, seemed thoughtful.
Master Sunless. I don't think I've ever heard of him. There is no ascendant of that name among those who have been with the government for a long time. That I am sure of."
He lingered for a moment, and then added with slight reluctance,
"I did hear a few rumors, though."
Luster looked at him with a lively smile.
Come on, then. Don't leave us hanging.
Quentin sighed, clearly uncomfortable to be participating in something that could be amounted to gossip. Eventually, however, his curiosity won over decorum.
"Well, it's not much. I just heard that Master Jet deliberately postponed the formation of the First Irregular Company to give this gentleman enough time to arrive, and that she recruited him."
Luster blinked a couple of times. If Soul Reaper had gone out of her way to make sure that the guy joined her unit, then he had to be a beast. Bell confirmed his suspicion.
I actually heard that Ascended Sunless is a real monster. A demon of a fighter with a wild, bloodthirsty streak. Apparently he killed 400 awakened abominations as a sleeper. Some even say that he hunted down an ancient fallen devil before awakening.
A strange silence settled in the training gymnasium. Luster scoffed.
Ha! Yeah, right. That's impossible.
Samara, who had remained mostly silent before that, suddenly spoke. My information is different. From what I've been told, he is a distinguished explorer and academic researcher. His published works are supposed to be available in the government database. They are very extensive exploration reports about dangerous regions of the dream realm and the nightmare creatures populating them. That sounded more believable. Explorers of the dream realm might not have been the most renowned fighters, but they had to be capable of surviving its wild expanse. It would make sense if Soul Reaper wanted to recruit a knowledgeable academic, since the other captains of the First Irregular Company already covered the combat prowess in spades. Vandal, Mustang, Queen, Knight, and Pride were legends among the government soldiers. Their renown only paled in comparison to the dreaded Soul Reaper herself. Kimmy suddenly moved and said in a faltering voice, I heard that he is utterly mad. Some say that he actually comes from the Forgotten Shore, where he lived completely alone in the Dark City for a long time. They even say that the Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan once said that he was the only person she was afraid to fight. I mean, it's ridiculous, of course. Her voice gradually grew quieter and then trailed off. After a short and somewhat awkward pause, the giant man, Dorn, spoke in a steady tone.
"Those are all just rumors. I only know that Ascended Sunless is relatively young. However, we don't need to guess. There is a lot that we can assume just from who he chose as the members of his cohort."
Luster craned his neck and looked at the intimidating strongman.
Yeah? Like what?
Dorn shrugged.
"Well, for one, our composition is quite telling. We have 2 offensive fighters, a healer, a ranged specialist, and 2 support specialists. The cohort seems to be well-rounded, but it lacks the means to fulfill several key roles. We don't have a reliable scout, and our defense is comparatively subpar."
He paused for a moment, and then added,
"That suggests that Ascended Sunless is a utility specialist with a scouting ability. Alternatively, he might be a defense-oriented fighter, or simply a believer in an offense-centered military doctrine. He might also possess a powerful echo that can serve as a defensive bulwark."
Dorn thought for a bit.
"What is especially interesting to me is that he deliberately chose Awakened with higher than usual mental resilience. He also neglected direct combat efficiency in favor of aspects that possess sufficient longevity. The presence of Awakened Luster only confirms the fact that our commanding officer puts a lot of value on sustainability. All of that tells me that he has a very mature outlook on combat that is in direct contradiction to his young age."
Luster followed along, surprised that he had not come to these conclusions himself.
The big guy is wicked smart.
He cleared his throat, then said,
Well, he is a master. Everyone says that the second nightmare is the game changer. Who knows what kind of crap he experienced in there? Stuff like that can make a person mature real fast. Well said.
Luster nodded, pleased to receive a bit of praise, but then almost jumped.
Wait, who said that?
At some point, a seventh person had somehow appeared in the gymnasium without being noticed by any of them. He was of small stature, with flawless ivory skin, black hair, and unfathomable dark eyes. The guy was extremely young and looked like a porcelain doll. He was kind of cute in a strange, unsettling sort of way. Luster frowned.
Who's that shorty?
Then, realizing who was in front of him, he froze. The new arrival smiled.
Good morning, Awakened. I am Master Sunless. You can call me Captain Sunless or simply Captain. From today forward, I will be your commanding officer.
He remained silent for a few moments. Then, his pleasant smile slowly turned strangely ominous. Captain Sunless stared directly at the six of them, and then added,
Yes, I killed 400 awakened abominations and hunted down a fallen devil as a sleeper. Yes, I am a distinguished explorer and researcher whose published works are well known in academic circles. And yes, I indeed come from the Forgotten Shore, where I lived in the Dark City, completely alone, and went slightly mad.
The frightening smile grew a little wider.
But all of that is in the past. I am utterly sane now and am not deranged at all. You truly have nothing to worry about.